We'll have the call to order and the roll call, please.
Councilmember Keener.
Here.
Councilmember Neihardt.
Present.
Councilmember Irvin.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill.
Here.
Mayor DeGree.
Present. And we'll have the salute to the flag led by Councilmember Irvin.
Please rise and join me in the salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice
for all.
And if you would remain standing in honor of those officers and folks that were killed in Dallas. Could you give us a minute? Can you time it a minute, if you would, to especially we're having our own police officers here to remember all those families affected throughout the nation. All right, thank you very much. And may that dedication bring strength to those families. So, closed session report, please.
Nothing to report.
All right, and I'm asking council if they would be willing to change something for tonight's agenda, and that is our Open Space Parkland Committee report is item 8, which could be pretty late in the day. So we have a special proclamation from that committee for Margaret Goodell, who's done so much for our community. So I'm asking council if we could have a motion to pull up the proclamation giving to be at the same time as the other proclamations. Is this a motion here for you?
Yeah.
Okay.
So moved.
I said.
All right, we have seconds. Okay, thank you. I'll call for the vote. Where is it? And that passes, so we will have the proclamation moved from item 8 to in a few minutes. All right, so we get to go to the very special presentations, and we have very special 3 proclamations. Our first one is Medal of Valor for one of our police officers, and I'd like to note, if anybody doesn't realize, that he's one of our children, our community children, as adult and strong and brave gentleman that he is. We're military families, and I think it's true that in our community, the community has embraced every one of its residents who have stood up for us and for our nation to go to Iraq and Afghanistan and then become one of our police officers. So Matthew was shot at in Iraq, and then he had to come and be shot here. We're very grateful that he's willing to be that courageous for us in both situations, and that he is here with us, and that person with the gun, meaning to do harm, did not stay in Pacifica and injure anybody else, and we had no death here, and we thank you, Matthew, for that, and for all your fellow police officers and soldiers everywhere for having the caring and the courage to put that uniform on and take whatever comes. So we thank you, and we give thanks that you're alive and well. So let's have the Medal of Valor as our Police Chief, Dan Steidel, please. Sounds good, actually, the TV cameras. So the folks at home can also share in this.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Dan Steidel. I'm your Chief of Police. Very proud and very honored tonight to come before you to recognize one of my officers, Officer Matt Sheedy, as you've already stated, who's receiving the Pacifica Police Department Medal of Valor tonight. On March 16th, 2016, at approximately 1:10 a.m., Officer Matt Sheedy responded to southbound State Route 1 in the area of 700 Palmetto Avenue on-ramp for a report of a male pedestrian walking on the freeway. Officer Sheedy contacted the subject and attempted to initiate a pat search of the subject for weapons. The subject resisted Officer Sheedy's attempt to pat search him, and a struggle ensued. Officer Sheedy and the subject rolled approximately 50 feet down an embankment towards Palmetto Avenue. Once down the embankment, the subject was able to draw a .45 caliber pistol, which he fired in an apparent attempt to strike Officer Sheedy. The subject's shot missed Officer Sheedy. Officer Sheedy was able to gain control of the firearm and disarm the subject. After being taken into custody, the subject was found to be carrying 6 additional ammunition magazines with a total of 42 rounds, as well as a second loaded .45 caliber handgun. The subject, a Bernard Hoffler, was wanted by the San Mateo County Sheriff's Office for a crime that occurred on March 12, 2016. In that incident, which occurred in La Honda, Hoffler had shot 2 people in the head and chest multiple times, causing critical injuries. Officer Sheedy persevered in this dramatic fight with an armed subject who demonstrated he was willing to use lethal force against a police officer to avoid apprehension, a subject who had already demonstrated murderous intent several days earlier in the La Honda shootings. Officer Sheedy's heroic actions took a dangerous criminal off the streets of Pacifica. For his actions during this violent encounter, Officer Sheedy is hereby awarded the Pacifica Police Department's Medal of Valor, awarded to members of the department who, while serving in an official capacity, distinguished themselves by heroic action above and beyond the call of duty in an extremely hazardous situation which could have resulted in injury or death. Officer Sheedy, for your heroic action in this life or death situation in which you took a dangerous criminal off the street, you are hereby awarded the Pacifica Police Department Medal of Valor.
Please stand. All right, thank you. Officer Sheedy, if you'd turn towards, I'm sure that my fellow councilpersons would like to say something, and once again, we're very grateful that you're alive and well and that you have such a kind and brave heart. Councilmember Keener.
I'm just glad, well, first of all, that you're okay, but that you managed to disarm this subject without having to fire your own weapon. Thank you.
Councilwoman Urban?
I probably speak for everybody in the audience and in our community at large, but thank you for your courage, and thank you for the beautiful way you carry out your duties and for protecting all of us in Pacifica. I am extremely grateful for your service and all you've done before in Iraq, and it was Iraq, and right, and here in Pacifica. We are so blessed to have you, and we are incredibly grateful for what you do for our community on that day and every single day. Thank you.
Councilwoman Neihart?
I'm not sure what I can add more than that, except to just say from the bottom of my heart, thank you for your service to our country and to us.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill?
I'm just going to say a simple thank you because, you know, he did what he did down in Woodside, or allegedly did what he did in Woodside, and who knows what he was going to go do next. So thank you.
Right. And thank you to all your fellow, like I said, your fellow soldiers everywhere and your police officers here and everywhere. Again, as a community, I'm sure I speak for all of you that for anyone to step forward to put that uniform on, not knowing whatever could happen, I mean, where would we be without you? So we're in great gratitude. So would you like to make a few words?
Well, everyone who knows me knows I suck at public speaking. But I just want to say thank you to my family, my girlfriend, my friends, the guys I work with every day, the guys from outside agencies that came down to take time out of their day to support me. I appreciate it. And if it wasn't for you guys and for the Sharks to make the Stanley Cup Finals, I'd be a really boring 3 months. And I'm just glad to be back. And thank you, everybody.
And so now you can't, so wait a minute, Chief, whoa, wait. He has to have pictures. He has to be brave enough for pictures now. We have to come forward here if you, and Chief Steidel, would you please come forward as well? I think Supervisor Horzier, would you like to come up with us? Is there anybody else I'm missing? Family want to come in and get pictures? As a fellow military parent and daughter, actually, want to say for all the moms and dads and grandmas and sisters and brothers and grandpas, when you're away, we are in another world. And we kind of go through life as two people. And so all you military families and everybody who is their friend, thank you so much, because we're not normal people while our kids are away. And our kids don't tell us things, you know. So thank you. So I'm going to do 2 more proclamations if you'd like to stay for that. What do you say? Want to take time to leave, or I'll do the 2 proclamations. How about that? Okay, so the second one is for Reverend Penny Louise Newell, which you probably remember, many of you know her. What am I doing? So I would read this. So is Penny and somebody from the church here? Come on forward, please. St. Andrew's Presbyterian Church. Upon her retirement as pastor of St. Andrew's Presbyterian Church, whereas Penny Louise Newell was born in Los Angeles, California, grew up in Long Beach, California, and Poughkeepsie, New York, I think I got that right, and whereas Penny Louise Newell is a graduate of Vassar College, AB, and Vassar College, Columbia University, MA, and Union Theological Seminary in New York City, where she earned her Ministry of Divinity, I believe that is. Thank you. And whereas Penny Louise Newell was ordained by Hudson River Presbytery on September 30th, 1979, and whereas Penny Louise Newell served Rye Presbyterian Church from 1979 through 1986, coming to California to serve Lafayette Orinda Presbyterian Church from 1986 through 1988, and the Presbytery of San Francisco from 1989 through 1994, whereas Penny Louise Newell became the pastor serving St. Andrew's Presbyterian Church in Pacifica in 1990, while continuing her work with the Presbytery of San Francisco, serving as vice moderator in 2000 and moderator in 2001, engaging in extensive committee work for the Presbytery, and serving as commissioner to the General Assembly of the Presbyterian Church, USA, in 1985 and 1993. Whereas Penny Louise Newell became an essential part of the St. Andrew Presbyterian community as a loving spiritual leader for 26 years. Whereas Penny Louise Newell also was deeply involved in various Pacifica social services, including the Pacifica Resource Center at the local level. And whereas Penny Louise Newell has helped families and individuals in countless ways throughout her tenure as pastor and friend, whereas Penny Louise Newell is loved and admired by her family, friends, and the larger church community, and I would say the community at large, for her devotion and commitment to making their lives so much more enriched by her efforts. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Pacifica hereby congratulates Penny Louise Newell upon her retirement in August 2016 as the pastor of St. Andrew's Presbyterian Church in Pacifica, and wishes her only the best in all her future endeavors. Done this 11th day of July, 2016, Mayor Sue DeGree. And something else that I can't help going through my head is that your parish is the continuation of the Little Brown Church of old. I just think that is
And you represented the city at our 100th anniversary 6 years ago this month.
That was an honor, yes.
A wonderful celebration.
Definitely was.
May I say a few words?
Please do.
Thank you. My congregation laughs at the few. First of all, I want to thank you so much. I'm so humbled by this honor, and I felt like my life was flashing before my eyes as you spoke, which in fact it was. But I also want to take the opportunity to thank you all as your elected representatives of the City of Pacifica for the ways in which Pacifica and all of its various organizations and elected and employed members of the community have come up alongside me and made it possible for me to do my job. I was thinking earlier today as I thought about being here this evening that I probably over 26 years interacted with every branch of the Pacifica government. I've stood here several times to speak, usually on behalf of the Pacifica Resource Center, and had the pleasure of having people from the police department, the fire department, public works, the senior center, water department, probably every department that we have in the city come through our doors to assist us either with building issues or with other issues. And I wanted to say at this point how wonderful the employees of the City of Pacifica uniformly are. They're all so helpful and courteous and proud of the job that they do. So thank you so much for this, and I want to thank the members of my church who are here this evening, Chris Hunter, who made this possible, and especially thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. Anybody want to say anything? So you can't get away either without lights on and photographs. So who was first? Councilwoman Neihardt?
Oh, well, I don't know if I should go first. You know, something that you may not know because I didn't tell you when I've been there, but I've been looking for a candlelight service, very much like what I grew up with for some time. And I have to say, St. Andrews and you particularly come as close as they get to being like Iowa. So you're really a heart and soul kind of person, and that speaks volumes to me. So thank you so much for everything you've done for our community, for the Resource Center, for everybody in Pacifica in general, no matter what denomination. You've been there, you've been involved, and I certainly know that you will continue to be involved one way or another for doing the great work that you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill?
I got to say that over the years I got to know Penny personally, and she was always a very outstanding lady and representative for the church. I know my son was in the Boy Scout troop there at 264, and Al Hale was the scoutmaster, and I know Al was a scoutmaster for 40 years, so I'm assuming that church must have sponsored that Boy Scout troop for 40 years. And my son's now the troop master. Yes. But I always know on Wednesday nights you went down there, in one part of the building there was the Boy Scouts climbing ropes, running around, building a project, and the other side was the choir of bells ringing. And they were sitting there ringing the bells, and you could hear them. And at Christmas time, it was really kind of cool, actually, you know, hearing the choir. And I've attended the services there many times because, as Tom Dibby says, I'm a kind of a roaming Catholic and stuff. So, but I just wanted to say, I mean, there is a little bit of, I've often used the phrase that, you know, Pacifica is a quilt, and there's people that are the thread that hold the quilt together. And unfortunately, one of the threads, fortunately for her, she's retiring, and I hope she doesn't disappear, but thank you very much for all you've done and the service. I know there's many other groups that use your place. I mean, I've seen the schedule there, and it's 24/7, you know, it's probably the only place open 24/7 in Pacifica now. But I just wanted to say thank you for, just as a community, what you have done and all that you've done for the community. And the Boy Scouts, you know, the 14-year-old and 15-year-old boys really don't say it, but I'm sure they all say thank you also.
Thanks.
Councilwoman Urban?
And I, too, just want to thank you so much for all of your care and love and guidance that you've given to the entire community in times of hardship and throughout everything that so many people have been through. And you're what makes Pacifica so incredibly special, and the gift that you provide is just unbelievable. So I just want to thank you very much for your many, many years of work here in Pacifica.
Thank you.
I hope you're not going too far. Meanwhile, you get to come up here for photographs. Bring your congregation folks there.
Yes.
And have a little mini church here. Okay. Sorry.
You want us down there?
Okay. Three times today.
Pictures of the kid. You must be so stoked with this.
Another one, too. Yours is where it hurts, you know what I mean? Yeah. Down the stairs.
How are you doing? Did I, yeah.
City photographer.
It's funny they teach you.
So, yes, come on up, Jim, and the Open Space Parkland Committee. And Margaret Goodell, where are you?
No,
Okay,
she rearranged the,
okay, I thought it was that.
and we'll do consent after.
Oh, I see.
Is this the proclamation or the report?
This is a proclamation, but they are doing it. We moved it from the OSPAC.
Right, no, I know we moved it, I just wasn't.
Are we good? Okay. All right, I hate to hurry you on, but if you're going to stay, we need to be quiet. We have one more proclamation, then we have a busy evening, so thank you for that. So Jim Sullivan is the chair of the Open Space Parkland Committee, and they're renewing a tradition of choosing from among us, the many wonderful folks that dedicate so much time to our precious environment. And so I'll turn it over to you. TJ Rex is what I call him.
Rawr. Thank you, Mayor DeGree. It's a great honor to be up here presenting this award to Margaret. Jim Sullivan with the Pacifica Open Space and Parklands Advisory Committee. I'll just get right into it. Whereas Margaret Goodale has been a long-standing proponent of the environment and natural ecosystems in both her role as an educator and as a citywide volunteer. Whereas Margaret Goodale continues to exercise advocacy for Pacifica's natural beauty and indigenous wildlife habitats. Whereas Margaret Goodale in 1984 served on the City of Pacifica Open Space Task Force Committee, and in 1991 served on the Pacifica Land Trust Board. Whereas Margaret Goodale was appointed as Secretary of the Pacifica Land Trust during the period of Maury Point's acquisition by the Golden Gate National Recreation Area and the Trust for Public Lands. Whereas Margaret Goodale has been a champion of the western snowy plover that visits Lindemar Beach by providing engaging educational activities and field studies for persons of all ages, especially for Pacifica's youth. Whereas Margaret Goodale monitors Pacifica's beaches monthly for shorebird populations with a focus on Pacifica's flagship shorebird, the western snowy plover. Whereas Margaret Goodale, as a leader working with others, has secured grant funding for snowy plover fencing and signage on the Lindemar Beach. Whereas Margaret Goodale, working with the Golden Gate National Park Conservancy, assists in monitoring and restoring the federally endangered species habitat of the Mission blue butterfly on Pacifica's Milagro Ridge. Whereas Margaret Goodale currently serves as the Vice President of Pacifica's Environmental Family, whereas Margaret Goodale has consistently, over many years, facilitated projects and programs that have educated the community on the relative value of its open space, parklands, and Pacifica's shoreline. Now, therefore, let it be proclaimed that we, the Open Space and Parkland Advisory Committee of the City of Pacifica, do hereby declare Margaret Goodale the recipient of the Pacifica Open Space and Parklands Advisory Committee Preservation Award, done this 11th day of July, 2016.
I want to say, Margaret, you know, the grace and strength and fieriness of Margaret, always delicate and powerful, reflects our wonderful natural environments, and we thank you for being there with them. May I?
Thank you for this honor to the Open Space and Parkland Committee. We have something special here at the edge of the continent in Pacifica. We are so fortunate to have the open spaces that allow all of us to be more expansive, more daring, more connected, and more human. It's here to be treasured and to be protected. There is real pleasure here for all our senses and value for our hearts, our minds, our health, and our imaginations. We've all been momentarily stunned by the breathtaking sunsets, but watch too. This week, it's not going to last much longer, but as you drive from Rockaway to Lindemar, look for those patches of glowing pink farewell to spring. Or stop briefly to admire the lovely jewel eyes of the red-legged frogs where Sanchez Creek heads briefly toward Maury Point. We can all imagine the fishy breath of the whale spout. We can walk the hills and catch the fragrance of the coyote brush flowering in late summer. And we notice the familiar astringence of the eucalyptus on a hot day. Have you tasted the sweetness of the tiny beach strawberries or our coast huckleberries or the wild strawberries in the hills in the spring? And have you ever tried manzanita berry lemonade? A cautious touch is required if you want to handle the prickly pods of the manroot or the golden chinkapin hulls, but you can comfortably stroke a thimbleberry leaf or a hazelnut leaf or cool your hand against the red bark of the manzanitas. If you listen in the right places, you can hear the raucous black oyster catchers, the squabbling elegant terns. You can hear a young purple finch trying a new trill, or a California thrasher as it practices its rich, complex song from the top of a coffee berry bush out in the coastal scrub. With all these wonders, I hope you share my gratitude for the many, many folks who've acted through the years with energy, determination, dedication to fight for the open spaces around us that allow us all to find calm and sanity, to be more than we are, to revel in beauty, to marvel at the freedom and peace that nourish our spirit and our compassion. We are so lucky to have a huge long list of people who have generously offered their time, their vast knowledge, and their passion to protect the health of the earth and its creatures right here. We have all those volunteers from the Open Space Committee, the Environmental Family, San Pedro Valley Park, the Beach Coalition, the Creek Coalition, the Land Trust, the Climate and Flood Control Committees. There are advocates here for the tunnel, the creek, the steelhead, and the hillside protection districts. All these caring folks deserve to be remembered, honored, and celebrated. This honor is theirs also. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, hold on a minute, Margaret, before you sit down, you get to take pictures, and also Councilmember Keener is going to start.
So I'm just proud of OSPAC for recognizing such a deserving individual. Thank you, Margaret.
Marianne Neihart?
I just wanted to say thank you, and I want to say thank you for being such an advocate, because it's advocacy that makes a difference in our world, and it's advocacy that makes us all stop and wonder about things. And while we have different roles, I absolutely appreciate that advocacy and understand and commend you for I think fiery was a good word.
I like that.
The fieriness of that. Thank you, and well-deserved.
Councilwoman Irvin?
I too just want to thank you for your knowledge and your wisdom, and you've spent some time with, I think, all of us in educating us on various topics, including the snowy plover and many of our threatened species, and that means a great deal to me, and I appreciate everything that you've done for Pacifica for these many, many years, and I too would like to thank OSPAC for recognizing you. I think it's a beautiful recognition and incredibly well-deserved, and I thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we forget, that's Open Space Parkland Committee. Mayor Pro Tem?
I just wanted to say congratulations on the award and thank you. And let you know that one time I thought of you while I was on vacation. I was up and we went to go to Bodie and we were camping and we went to Mono Lake, and the National Park Service has a huge visitor center there, and there's a whole section on snowy plovers and their migration patterns and everything else. And I thought, my God, they come from Mono Lake, which is pretty dry, to Pacifica. So anyhow, thank you and congratulations.
All right, we get to come forward for photographs. So we get our exercise this evening up here. Pleasure.
One more.
I know it. I spent it.
No, I'm going to take pictures.
Remember that jacket?
Hey, John, is it number 4? Pulling number 4, is it 4?
Yeah, number 4.
I need to ask you to come to order as soon as possible. I notice of all the groups we've had here and they're exiting, I have to give the police department credit.
Yeah.
That huge group got out of here in silence.
You're right.
That's good. They can sneak up on the thief.
Where they went. Thank you for noticing.
Now, if you tried to get a group of teachers out of a room, that's another story. They talk too much and too loud, but anyway. Students always notice that. Okay, thank you. So we're moving on to the consent calendar, which is rather lengthy. There are 7, and
You were doing
Mayor DeGree, I'm
OSPAC.
sorry to interrupt you, but we actually have another presentation for you. It's an update on the storm
Oh, did I miss
conditions
that?
that the council had requested at the last meeting.
Oh, sorry.
It's at the top of the second page.
Oh, right there on the top of the second page. Okay.
Right. I
So-
promise no picture taking this time. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Van Ocampo. I'm the Director of Public Works. I'm here tonight to provide you with an update on the status of the various infrastructure repair projects that we have brought about by damages due to the recent 2016 El Nino storm. So just to provide a background, on January 22nd, the city manager declared the state of local emergency. This was confirmed by the council on your meeting of the 25th. There were a total of 12 sites that were damaged, and right there is the list of the different sites. I'll go through each one of them with the succeeding slides. In addition to that, we also applied for grants with the hazard mitigation program of Cal OES, and these are the projects that we have nominated for that. One is the Sharp Park Road slope stabilization repair. That's the one that you can see coming down Sharp Park Road that still has that plastic tarp on it. We also are proposing infrastructure preservation, which is a wall at the base of the bluff across 310 to 330 Esplanade. The third project that we have listed here is for 532 Esplanade. That is actually the reason why the cost estimate there is zero, is because that's between the property owner and the state. That is for compensation for the demolition of the property. This is the house that got moved towards the front setback. So going through the list of damages, starting from the north, we have the west line erosion. This is the erosion that occurred along the edge of the roadway at west line near Skyline at the border with Daly City. The top photo is the area, or this is prior to the damage, and this is how it's repaired right now. It's mostly the erosion of the soil cap that we have on top of that. Since then, what we have done is we have replaced it with slurry, such that if there is any more runoff that primarily actually comes from Daly City, it will not erode the ground anymore. Next, we have a Westline sinkhole. This is about 200 feet away from the other site, and this is where a sinkhole constantly develops near that manhole. This manhole is actually a junction point for three important storm drain lines, one originating from Pacifica, going through Daly City, and the other one coming from Palmetto. There's an outfall pipe that comes out of this manhole onto the ocean. What we're doing right now is we're waiting for the flow inside the pipes to kind of decrease so that we can safely lower somebody into the pipe and inspect it. This is a pretty big size pipe. It's about 15 feet deep, but the pipe is about 48 inches. We did inspect, we inserted a camera on the line coming from Palmetto. That seems to be in good shape. We will try to do it again tomorrow. However, if we're not successful, what we're going to do is dig this area out to see what is causing the sinkhole to constantly appear. Next is the Milagro Creek outfall. The council actually approved the consultant service agreement with the consultant, which is Cotton Shares and Associates, to provide or to start putting together the repair plans for this particular project. And what staff has done is we have met with the California Coastal Commission staff, which we presented 4 alternatives. And out of the 4 alternatives that we have presented them, they actually chose the one that you can see, the one that you can see to the right. What will happen at this particular location is where you have 2 sections of the pipe that has already disconnected from the rest, we're all going to take that out. Where the existing alignment of the bluff is, we will be constructing a seawall similar to the one that is at Land's End. Currently, the plans are at 70% complete, and once we're done with that, we will submit it to the Coastal Commission for permitting, at which point then we start the construction. We do have the commitment from the staff at the Coastal Commission that they will help us expedite the process once the plans are completed. Next is the Milagro storm drainage sinkhole. This is at the back or at the parking lot of Station 71 at Edgemar. The repair for this particular project will involve digging and replacing 100 linear feet of 48-inch corrugated, not corrugated, but concrete pipe. And this is also currently under design. There's a different consultant that we have doing this project so that they can all be so that the plans can be prepared at the same time. And so what staff is also doing is we have reached out to California Fish and Game for any need for any permit, because this is obviously within the creek. And we're also coordinating the work with NCCWD because of that hydrant. Our goal is to ask NCCWD and they've been receptive about it, is to relocate that hydrant, kind of move it away from being on top of or directly on top of the pipe. Next, we have the 500 block of Esplanade rock revetment. If you would recall, during the El Nino of 97-98, through FEMA funding, we installed rock revetment at the 500 block of Esplanade, where we lost 10 homes. This is an area where, because of the recent El Nino, what has happened is that the waves have came up and eroded this section of the bluff. So the plan is to put some rock revetment here and still continue the profile. During our meeting with the Coastal Commission, we also talked to the staff about what we're going to do, and they're very supportive of what our plan is going to be. This will involve placement of 2,300 tons of rocks at this location. Again, the plans are currently in the works. Next is the famous seawall breach at Santa Maria and Beach Boulevard. If you would recall, council approved by emergency contract the repair of the seawall, and that is to preserve the infrastructure, which is all the materials that we have underneath the promenade. That has been completed. Staff actually sent out a couple of bid advertisement. One is to repair the promenade, and the other one is to replace the handrail. But unfortunately, with the bid opening last June 1st, there were no bidders. So what we're doing is we're repackaging this particular project. We do have other sites, which I will be touching on the next slide. We have other sites within Beach Boulevard where we have to restore the pavement. So by lumping them together, it would increase the size of the project and make it more attractive to bidders. And this is actually, this is the one that I was referring to. What city staff has done is we contracted with a ground penetrating radar survey company, where the entire northern section of the seawall and the promenade, what they did was they did the survey. They have identified 12 suspected void areas. And with those void areas, what we did was we dug them, and here's a sample where one location actually yielded that there's a void, and the other one actually didn't have it. So I'd like to let council know that all of the void areas that we have identified has been filled. So it's just a matter of restoring the asphalt or concrete pavement of the promenade, which again, what we're doing is we're lumping it together with the one on Beach Boulevard, so that we have a very more attractive project, so that the contractors will bid on it. And these are some of the other sites that we have, as you know. So these are the areas, as you can see, that's the patch that we want to restore. Same thing here by Chit Chat Cafe. Look at the patch that we have. These are all temporary, and we're putting them together to make them, nicer. This is one of the projects that we bidded out last June 1st was, replacement of the handrail. And this is one handrail is located by San Jose, where you have an access stair that goes down to the beach. As you can see, it's bent. So this is one project that we're going to advertise for repair together with the handrail project at Beach Boulevard and Santa Maria. Where we're having difficulty right now is with this column lights. These are unique, for the promenade. The company that built this obviously is no longer in existence. So we're trying to look for another company that can provide us with the mold or create the mold, so that we can have torch lights that that would match the existing. And we have the Pacifica Beach as everybody knows, we have, or not everybody, but as most of council knows that, or us all council knows, the there's a break in the concrete railing at the pier. What we have done is, instead of replacing the concrete railing with a similar 4-inch constant thickness of railing, we've replaced that with one that is also going to be 4 inches at the top, but it's actually trapezoidal in cross section. That would provide it with a bigger base and more stable, and more. It can resist the waves or the forces of the waves. This particular project is also currently in design, and as you can see, most of them are like 70 to 80% complete, and that's because those contracts that we had with the engineers all went out at the same time. And with that, I did try to fast track that one because I know we have a heavy schedule today.
Thank you. Any questions from staff? From council? You're good. Councilwoman Irvin?
Thank you very much for that presentation. I had a couple questions. In terms of the bidding, can you explain, so nobody has bid at all, and if you can explain why you think that is the case?
Well, the reason that, what we think is the reason why there was no bidding is because there's too much, there's a lot of work out there.
Right.
If you're bidding out a small project, the contractors don't really, kind of pay attention to small projects because they know there are a ton of bigger projects that they can make more money out of.
Times have changed, haven't they?
They have, including the pricing of that.
What was the other? I would just wonder if you could give some sort of estimate on how much time Public Works has been dealing with these repairs. This is completely unexpected as of a year ago at this time. So, number one, I just want to ask that question. I really want to express and commend the Public Works for how well they've handled these repairs. It's really pretty phenomenal. But anyway, if you can comment on that.
So during the emergency, it's like 98% of our time, but now I would say a good 33%, these are for the emergency projects, about 33%. Another 33% goes towards the Palmetto Streetscape project, which is not a infrastructure repair. And then the remaining 30% are the daily tasks that we have, responding to public concerns and whatever like that.
Wow. Well, again, I know this was completely, not on the radar or not part of the daily work that you have to do. And again, I want to extend our gratitude for taking on all this extra work. This is pretty phenomenal. And also the grant writing and all the other work you and the county is helping, and all the other major government agencies that have been really helping, making sure that we are getting every dollar that we possibly can for these repairs. It's really been an incredible effort by so many people.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilmember Urban, for acknowledging our efforts. But I just want to say that it's a partnership. It's a partnership between all the departments, and especially the council, because the council helps us reach out to the agencies that will provide us with the funding in order for us to do the repair. Without those help, we're not going to be able to do this.
Thank you again.
Thank you. Councilwoman Nyhart?
Just a couple quick questions, because I too want to move on, but you found 12 voids that were possible voids, and of those 12, how many did proved actual voids?
Actually, two. Two that we've already identified to be, one of them, if you would recall, is the section just south of the breach where the actual cobblestone kind of sank, and the other one is on Salada where we had plywood already.
So it was one of them was at a site that had failed already?
Yes, near that site, south of it, yes.
Yeah, which kind of gets me to the second follow-up question. So my understanding is you're going to fill those in with concrete?
They have been filled with slurry.
And so because that's kind of a retaining structure and there's sand and things in there, that holds, but what happens when water comes down through it and moves around the slurry?
Yeah, the slurry mix is just a 1 to 2 sack slurry that does not need compaction, but yet it acts more like a sandy fill. You can actually scrape it with a backhoe or a shovel.
Okay.
That's the type of mix that we use in order for us to
So it's
preserve,
basically like sand.
like
wet.
sand, yeah, but without the need for compaction.
Thank you.
Again, thank you very much.
Thank you for all you do.
Appreciate the
welcome.
lengthy,
And thank you, too.
comprehensive report. Thank you. Is that it? So we are in consent calendar, which is 7 items, and we've been asked to pull item 4. So do we want to deal with that at the end of the meeting or present?
Is it just a question, or is it, no? Okay.
The way that we've been handling these is for you to take action on the remaining items, and
Right.
then whatever item it is, just have the staff come up and answer whatever questions that you might have.
So we'll do it now.
And I have to abstain from item number 2, the approval of the minutes, because I wasn't at the last council meeting.
Oh, correct. Okay. So 2 people are abstaining from item 2, the minutes, and 1 pulling for discussion number 4. So can I have a motion for,
What I'm trying to do there.
yeah, so you're about the only one left. Okay.
I was going to move approval of the consent calendar minus item 4.
And, okay, so
And if I may,
I
and
can-
item 2 as well, I believe.
Oh,
Because
have to
that has to be a separate vote.
oh, that has to be a separate vote. Okay, item 2 and 4.
I second.
All right, call for the vote. So all in favor of that, and we'll go now to approval of the minutes without item 2.
So I move approval of the minutes.
Second.
And call for the vote, that's only 3 of us,
Yep.
and that passes. Okay, thank you. So after item 4, which we will discuss shortly, we have oral communications, and for that, that's about any topic not on this evening's agenda. I have quite a few here, but if there's anybody else, or during the meeting, if you still want to come, if you fill one out and bring it up, or I think you give it to the PD back there. All right, so item 4, Councilman Keener.
I just want to cast a vote against it. So we have to have a separate vote.
Okay. So, and that's mainly the combination of the wastewater treatment?
Right.
One and,
Right. And I've expressed in previous meetings, why I'm against this, and so no need to go into that again.
okay, so we will call for the vote with, was this, did you want to comment or something?
No, I'm just going to make a motion to.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, and you need a motion, okay.
I
Cool.
make a motion to adopt a resolution establishing or revising various positions and salary ranges authorized in the 2016-17 operating budget that was adopted on June 13, 2016.
Okay, and before I call for the vote too, I have agonized over this one, and I am going to vote no. I'm just very concerned. We had a similar vote some years ago, and I went against my sleepless nights, and we regretted it. So this time I'm going to vote no on this one. Okay, call for the vote, please.
We
Did it
kind of
have a
need a
second?
second before you.
Oh, did I not get a second?
I guess I'll second.
Yeah, okay, thank you for that.
I just wanted to say before we do these votes, I'm kind of unclear why people are voting one way or another. So, I mean, I had some concerns, we addressed those concerns, and I really have to follow the lead of our staff that are hired to run the city. So that's why I'm going to vote for it. But
I think part of that was you,
I'm
Ms.
unclear about your last statement particularly, because it was the opposite. So I'm confused.
Not exactly. I think you may have missed a meeting or two. I always said I had misgivings on it.
Yeah, but you just said it was the opposite. You had a vote in the past that you had feelings about, but
Well,
it
I was
was...
referring to something else, actually.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
That's what I didn't
So I don't know if you
understand.
want to spend time on this discussion? We've already voted, right? We haven't voted. Do you want a discussion? No? Okay. So call for the vote. Okay, so that passes 3-2. All right, going onward to oral communications. And for the public, if you feel puzzled, we have actually discussed this topic before, and we did not have a full quorum, so I had requested that it be put when we could have a full council, and that's this evening. So oral communications, remember, it's again not on the agenda for this evening. Anita Rees, Tony Boykin, Valerie Lappin, I think, Kelly Bogdanov, Bogdanov, I did it right the last time, Teresa Dyer.
Anita Reese with the Pacifica Resource Center. I put my card in towards the end. I didn't expect to be called first.
I'm sorry, I did not know that.
No worries, no worries. I just wanted to let you all know that as of July 1st, we became an independent nonprofit, and now what that means for us is that we can reinvest more of the funds that we received locally, which is one of our core values. So we're very excited about that. In addition, if you've gone down Palmetto, you'll have seen lots of activity over the last couple of weeks, including our portable getting stuck across the street. Got it out in a couple days. It's now firmly placed where it's supposed to be and won't move again. But we encourage folks to stop by and check out the new building and the renovations that have been happening. It is all a process. We're still, we can't use the space until we get a couple more things, including the fire sprinkler system and a deck. But we're hoping that that will happen in the next month. And I just want to give many, many thanks to the city, the Planning Department and Planning Commission, the Gibbs family, Second Harvest Food Bank, County Measure A funds. So, Dawn, thank you. And Rebuilding Together Peninsula, and many, many others who helped in this process, including our board members. And to celebrate those two huge accomplishments for the Resource Center, we are planning our relaunch celebration, Building Pacifica's Future Together, on Saturday, August 20th at 6 o'clock. More information will follow. And while all of these things are happening, we're still doing our regular work, including our back to school program, which I believe I've shared with you before. We are planning to, we've enrolled just around 100 students this year so far, and we have a couple more weeks that we'll be enrolling folks. And we will be packing those backpacks on August 6th, I think that's the date. The first Saturday of August at actually Penny's place, St. Andrews. So even though she won't be participating in the packing, the rest of her folks will be there happily helping us, and we're excited to do it there. Folks will be packing backpacks and then distributing them the same day. So please contact us to sign up, families out there who need help, or if you'd like to donate any items to the program. Our phone number is 650-738-7470. Thanks.
And congratulations, and thank you for keeping us up.
Yep.
That's been a long and arduous and wonderful journey. Tony Boykin, I'll give you time to get there, Tony. Valerie Lappin, or Lappin?
I'm sorry. Can you call a few more people before Tony? She needs one more time.
Sure, not a problem. Valerie Lappin, Kelly Bogdanov, say that right, and Teresa Dyer.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to express my concerns about the proposed quarry site development. My name is Valerie Lappin. I live at 616 Manor Drive. I've lived in Pacifica for the past 18 years. I moved here after being evicted from my apartment in San Francisco during an owner move-in. I could no longer afford to rent or buy a home in San Francisco. I'm very grateful that my husband and I were able to buy a home here in Pacifica. We love the natural beauty, open spaces, taking our dog for hikes. We enjoy the diversity, both ethnic and economic. I love the sense of community where my neighbors, locally owned shop owners, and postal workers know me by name, where we vote overwhelmingly to support our schools, even if we don't even have children who go there. We are a caring community. Which brings me to the proposed quarry development. Of course, I have concerns about whether the development will be in keeping with our community's long-established commitment to stewardship of the environment. But I also want assurances that the long-term jobs at a proposed hotel will be living wage jobs, that the room cleaners, cooks, dishwashers, servers, bussers, and bartenders can afford to live in the community where their toil contributes greatly to the prosperity of our local economy. Will they be able to access quality, affordable health care and not be forced to rely on public hospitals at taxpayers' expense? Will they be able to retire in dignity? Of course, the best way to ensure those things is for workers to have a union. But it's not up to you or me to decide whether they should or should not have a union. It is up to them to decide for themselves. But we must have assurances that there will be no interference in the process that enables workers to make that choice freely without threats, intimidation, lies, and retaliation. Let's be sure that any proposed development of the quarry is consistent with our community's values while benefiting everyone who contributes to our local economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, audience, we'll be here till tomorrow midnight, so I let it go for the Family Resource Center, Pacifica Resource Center, but if we could not clap during these, I mean, I don't mind if you wave your thumbs up or whatever in silence, but thank you.
Good evening, Council. I'm Kelly Bogdanov of West Sharp Park. I'm here again to encourage you to take advantage of federal and state funds to replace the retaining wall on Beach Boulevard with a new, properly built seawall in order to protect our promenade. A development has occurred between the California Coastal Commission and Monterey County that I want to bring to your attention. The Coastal Commission's Central Coast District Manager, Susan Craig, wrote a letter to Monterey County on June 23rd regarding the controversial issue of short-term rentals and whether or not they should be allowed in the coastal zone. I'm not here to address that issue, but there are a couple of points in the district manager's letter that are relevant to Pacifica's promenade and seawall, specifically regarding public access of the coast. In her letter, District Manager Craig wrote, "The Coastal Act describes a hierarchy of encouraged land uses, with agricultural and coastal development industry the highest priority use, followed by private lands suitable for visitors serving commercial recreational facilities designed to enhance public opportunities for coastal recreation." She went on to say, "The Act also protects certain special communities that are popular visitor destination points for recreational uses, including certain coastal residential communities near popular shoreline recreational areas and beaches." Additionally, a local newspaper in the Monterey region included this statement about that letter. "The Coastal Commission has traditionally been first and foremost a champion of environmental resources such as beaches and water quality, but has apparently refocused its efforts on making the coast more accessible to people, including those who live in the inland parts of the state." Pacifica's oceanfront promenade is an incredible asset that is free of charge to the general public, not just people in Pacifica, but including those who live inland. Why wouldn't we want to be good stewards of this asset? Please include replacing the seawall on an upcoming council agenda.
Thank you. No clapping, please. Remember, no clapping. We'll be here till tomorrow midnight. Teresa Dyer and Mike. Oh, better put my glasses on.
Teresa Dyer, good evening. I'll try to be brief, concise, and to the point. I totally agree with Anna Booth's article in the July 6th edition of the Pacifica Tribune, my turn, regarding the library in Pacifica. There's no doubt that we need one good quality library in Pacifica. However, the place here in Sharp Park is not centrally located. It's not the
Hi,
proper...
Teresa. I hate to interrupt you, but we have an agenda item on the library, which is 11, I believe it is.
Well, I don't have an agenda. You ran out of agendas, so I didn't see anything. Do you want me to come back on number 11?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm sorry about that. Mike, hold on. I'm going to find your card. I think I put it over there. Mike Lagomoricino, I'm very bad with pronunciation tonight, I'm sorry. Michael, I think it's Gainley, and Mike Bell, Cheryl Dickinson, and Diana Seeger. Thank you.
Good evening. It's not the first time I've heard my name mispronounced, but it's Lago Marceno. Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. I'm used to it.
I have my rhythms today, sorry.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Mike Lago Marceno. I've lived in Pacifica for 13 years, thankfully. My wife and I were afforded the opportunity to buy a house here 13 years ago, and I think in large part because very proudly I've been part of the Teamsters Union for almost 40 years, and I am president and a business rep for Local 856 in San Bruno, California. We represent various city workers here in Pacifica. And this is an issue that's near and dear to my heart because I represent over 1,000 hotel workers in San Francisco and in San Mateo County. We are able, through collective bargaining, to be able to get them a wage where they can, like myself, live in the area. They have employer-paid health care, and they also have a pension, so it means they can work with dignity and retire with dignity. So I would ask the City Council that they would say no to any developer that won't stay neutral in any project in the city, to say no to any developer that will not allow the unions access to the workers and stay neutral in that fight. I know there are a couple projects coming up, and I think the City of Pacifica can set an example for other cities and finding a developer that will honor and allow the workers at least an equal access to become union. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I forget, there's people standing. There are seats up in the front. You want to be more comfortable? Okay, is it Michael? I can't read and I can't speak.
Good evening. Mayor, my name is Michael Ganley.
Thank you.
And I've been a Pacifica homeowner and taxpayer for almost 20 years. This is the first time I've ever addressed the members of our City Council, so I'd like to begin by thanking all of you for all of your hard work on behalf of our beloved community. So once again, a developer has come to town with a proposal that promises to create new housing, hotel jobs, and much-needed revenue for our financially strapped city. Sure, Pacifica needs many more good jobs and could put to good use the additional transit occupancy tax revenue that would be generated by the proposed new hotel at the quarry. But should we also ask, if there is going to be a new hotel, shouldn't it be a hotel with good jobs? We need to know in advance whether the additional new taxes will be raised on the backs of the workers at the new hotel. If City Council members truly care about protecting workers, and I believe you do, making sure that they receive a living wage and good benefits, you must also demand that the rights of workers at the proposed hotel are respected and not interfered with. That is why the developer must guarantee the right of workers to organize before City Council members even consider allowing any proposed hotel development to move forward. Respect for workers should be a necessary prerequisite, not a maybe someday, if it suits us, afterthought. If the quarry developers are smart enough to get rich by pursuing, in their own words, counter-cyclical investments that reward investors by enhancing the value of portfolio properties, end quote, then they should also be smart enough to realize that this is Pacifica, not Texas or Florida. Here in Pacifica, most of us actually care about how working people are treated. Council members, please do not put out the welcome mat for would-be employers who view Walmart, Wall Street, or Donald Trump as role models. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Sorry, no clapping, please. Mike Bell, Cheryl Dickinson, and Diana Seeker.
Good evening. Mike Bell here. First of all, I want to thank you and commend you on the City Goals Workshop you conducted this last weekend at the Pacifica Police Department. As before, I came away in awe of just how much work and dedication is required of staff and council to keep our city running. Also, as before, I'm saddened and concerned that our city is so cash-strapped that we can barely accomplish the minimum requirements to keep our city intact. The public owes it to you and to itself to pay attention to this unsustainable situation and start working together to make significant and urgently needed changes to get us on better economic footing. With this in mind, we should be looking for every opportunity to conserve and/or stretch our current resources as wisely as possible. A steadily growing number of residents have been speaking during oral communications, bringing to your attention the dangerous situation along Beach Boulevard. Some people would have you believe that the wall is failing because of sea level rise or old age. However, in my research, I've discovered that the wall first failed 30 years ago when it was only 2 months old for the exact same reasons that it failed this last winter. This is a retaining wall, not a seawall, and it will continue to regularly fail, threatening the safety of our residents and just as importantly, sapping our dollar reserves and manpower every year ad infinitum. We have been asking you to capitalize on the state and federal government's not so subtle hints that they would be willing to fund the building of a real seawall to protect life, property, and coastal access. With so many community improving initiatives and investments currently taking place in West Sharp Park, this seems like a no-brainer. Knowing the government moves very slowly and that every year we have a storm or two that threatens this wall, we should at the very least do some precautionary work so we don't have to keep pumping millions of dollars into emergency repairs as we wait for a real seawall to be built. Since this is a retaining wall which is not designed to withstand the pounding of ocean waves, the revetment boulders in front of the wall are crucial and must periodically be replenished. The Coastal Commission supports this effort in order to preserve coastal access. We are several years past due for revetment replenishments and should start on this task right away before the next storm season is upon us in order to avoid future expensive repairs. As always, I want to thank you very much for your great service and dedication to the citizens of Pacifica. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheryl Dickinson? I think it's Diana Seeger.
Hi, good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Cheryl Dickinson, and I live on Lindemar Boulevard. The reason why I'm here tonight is because I'm not sleeping very well. My whole world is interrupted with fireworks. Illegal fireworks are going off all year round in Lindemar, especially during games, 4th of July, of course, the weeks before and the months after. Ever since 4th of July, they've been going off every night during the day. Over my head, walking down Peralta, I've had twice I've had bottle rockets going off right over my head. I've had 2 bombs hit my house. It's totally out of control, and I think something needs to be done. Something needs to be done I mean, I know the safe and sane are okay. I'm okay with those. But the problem is that the police are just running around. I have a scanner. I can hear what's going on. They just run around and they can't catch these people. And it's ridiculous. It needs to change. I can't live in peace. I can't leave my house. This year I didn't even go outside because I was just afraid. So I beg of you to please look into this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Is that Diana Seeger? Am I saying your last name right? And Robin Briggs, sorry. Chris Fogel, Ed Palania, Aaron Macias.
I'm Diana Seeger, and I was here to support Aaron and Robin Briggs and Dina, who will be speaking shortly.
All right, thank you.
For the same issue that was just spoken about.
Okay. Yes, come on up.
Hello, my name is Robin Briggs, and I am a homeowner in Park Pacifica.
And, you need to be a little louder, I think.
Okay. From our vantage point up on Humboldt Court, it was obvious that on July 4th, Lindemar was a war zone, and that this had nothing to do with the celebration of a holiday. It was mean-spirited and dangerous. This was not just blowing off steam, but rather a license to bring out the basest in human nature. Harassing and terrorizing one's neighbor is not my idea of civilized behavior. I grew up in Michigan, in Detroit. We had organized firework displays in various communities of fairgrounds, other safe areas. We could see them for miles, either at the venue or from the safety of our backyards. The last community display I saw was actually in St. Petersburg, Florida, on Tampa Bay in 2012, and it was awesome. Having legal or illegal fireworks does not make Pacifica special any longer, but rather it makes our community seem unsafe and unruly. The scoffers say, "So move, get over it, this will never change." And I say, really? The low-end price of a condo in Pacifica is now $500,000. Homes close to or over $1 million. The demographics are changing. It is a demographic that does not appreciate intimidation, dynamite-based bombs that rattle foundations and send children and pets howling and hiding at all hours, or the fear that someone's carelessness during their revelry will rob someone of their homes, their possessions, or maybe even their lives due to fire. School groups who sell fireworks need to find another source of income. Other cities who do not sell fireworks, and that means most of California, should be contacted to inquire about their fundraising activities. Fines for illegal fireworks need to be raised to about $2,500 in my estimation. Perhaps that will fund the schools until they find something more appropriate to fund their activities. There are those of us who are trying to make a positive change, as has been witnessed on the Next Door social website. Let's start that process by getting a discussion about fireworks issue on the agenda and develop a task force regarding this issue. I thank you.
Thank you. Diana, were you here already? No.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Once again, you need to pull your microphone down. Yes, thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and Pacifica City Council. This is my first time to be here. My name is Ed Palanya, and I live here in Pacifica for 33 years. Raised 2 children with my loving wife and all grown up now. Proud to say I send them to a good school and support them through colleges till they graduate. Being a union member since 1976, I work at the Four Seasons Hotels since 1976 and a Ritz-Carlton Hotel, San Francisco, since 2004, a non-union hotel. And here's how the union helped me and my family. I have a job security, very decent wage, and health benefits for my whole family working in a union hotel. I work at the Ritz-Carlton, a non-union hotel in San Francisco, for 12 years now. No benefit on-call employees, and they could terminate you at will. A non-union job brings down the quality of life. We don't need a hotel here like that. Card check neutrality is what we need in a hotel. It's hard enough. Nobody should work in a hotel without a union to support them. Don't let the developers come into town and bring bunch of low-wage jobs. This community deserves better. Card check neutrality is what we need. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have Aaron Macias?
Good evening. My name is Erin Macias, and I have been a Lindemar resident for 20 years. Tonight, I want to speak to the alarming increase in the use of dangerous illegal fireworks in Pacifica. This year, the safety of our neighborhood and our home were compromised by a grass fire that was sandwiched between Alviso, Sheila, the open space behind Crespi, the line there. And this was a direct result of illegal fireworks behavior. There were a cluster of fires in Pacifica on the 4th of July. I want to take a moment to commend Pacifica Fire and the Pacifica Police Department for their efforts on a very lively 4th of July. Pacifica has a long history of fireworks at the beach. The important restrictions that were placed to abate the pollution have effectively moved the beach celebrations into the residential neighborhoods. So this issue is multifaceted. As a parent in the community, I know some of these organizations could not continue to offer affordable programs to people in our community and services. They need the fundraised dollars. However, it is also our duty as coastal citizens to act as stewards to the environment and to not only protect but educate the public. We also need to support and provide resources to our first responders so that they are respected for their contributions to our community. Pacifica as a community needs to revisit this entire conversation and our approach to the celebration so that all of the stakeholders have their needs met. I would like to see council add this to the next agenda, and I would like to see the return of the fireworks task force. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have, I think it's Dina Me or Dina Mai? And also Diana, have you come up yet? Oh, I did it. And then Julie Lancel, Ron Makel, Dan Stejnik, and Chris Vogel. Somehow I got your card out of place. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm also here to discuss the use of illegal fireworks in Pacifica. We all know, everyone in this room knows, that our town is a war zone on the 4th and in the days leading up to and in the days following the 4th, including today. Clearly, our policy of zero tolerance and fines that are unfortunately seldom issued are not working. Our Pacifica police chief has said that he is currently working on new outside-the-box solutions for this problem, and we applaud him and the entire police department and the fire department for their efforts. It's not an easy task. It's not going to be done quickly. We would like to ask that you prioritize this issue, set an agenda item so that we can deal with it in a managed fashion, and then also have a task force so that there's citizen participation. There's many of us in this room and outside the room pledging to donate our time and our resources to help combat the problem, but we need you guys to help. We can't do it without you, and we need the support of the city staff to enable the police chief and the fire department to assist and stop the madness. And the reason that I'm asking you tonight for your backbone and your support is because there is a very vocal, noisy minority in this town who says it's always been done this way, it's never going to change. And they laugh at us for even considering making a difference. I'm going to just read some quotes from next door because this encapsulates everything better than I could do myself. These are just some of the things that people are saying. Be happy we have the freedom, and that, yes, even the freedom to choose to break the law. When those of you say, end this racket and animal fear, you are saying, end our freedom. Certain things are traditional in this community. These are all from separate people. It's the 4th of July, it's what you do. Oh, it'll be really fun to see how this works out. My money is on the pro-fireworks crowd. Complaining about fireworks in Pacifica is like complaining about sand on the beach. It's never going away, stop complaining. And it goes on and on. More about complaining about fireworks in Pacifica is like moving next to the railroad and complaining about the train. Well, it's not like that. This is a dangerous and illegal activity. We can't go to our neighbors and ask them to stop because people who have tried that have reported having fireworks thrown in their face, being yelled at. One woman this year reported an activity, had the guy stop, take a picture of the back of her car, say, I know the police. She was brave enough to call the police anyway. The police came, but then the angry mob thought the house next door had complained, so they all started attacking the neighbor next door. This is ridiculous, so we do need your help. The police have pledged their commitment, but we need you guys to step in and help us help you. The current laws are not working. DIY is not safe. There is no way that I'm going to accept that just because it's been done this way for years, it has to continue. So we know it's not going to be a short-term fix. We know it's going to take a lot of time and effort. We're in this for the long haul. We just ask that you're there with us. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Julie Lancel and Ron Makel, Dan Stejnik, Chris Vogel, and Tony Boykin.
Thank you very much, Julie Lancel, Valamar. I think with regard to fireworks, we have a couple of dilemmas that have evolved over time in our community. The key one, I think, is the nonprofits fundraising that is attached to the sale of fireworks. That makes it very kind of challenging to be able to oppose fireworks because there are so many worthy causes that depend on that funding. And I think that needs to be resolved in some other way. I think that's really key, because I think without that, I think it would be not that difficult to put an end to fireworks in Pacifica. I think that there are a couple of things. There's another related dilemma with it, but I'm not going to go there because, frankly, I can't remember what it was. I apologize, but that's the reality of getting older. But also the harmful effects on wildlife. It's just, we live in such a beautiful community, and in the 2 days prior to 4th of July, there was such an abundance of wildlife. It was just a phenomenal display of whales and birds diving, and full of fish. And after, I was quite concerned about Lindemar Beach, and after the fireworks were shot off there, if they would be somehow swept away, because the kind folks who come and pick up afterwards don't come until the next day. And I looked up on the tide chart, and indeed it was going to be a 6.33-foot high tide at 11 o'clock at night on Lindemar Beach. And, there are too many things are at risk right now, with regard to that. And the key for so many folks, I think the majority of folks who support fireworks, it has to do with the fundraising aspect of it. And so we really need to find a solution to how to support those groups without resorting to the sale of these fireworks, which have led to just a proliferation of all kinds of, unfortunately harmful outcomes with the illegal fireworks in particular. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Ron Makel, Dan Stegnick, Chris Fogel, Tony Boykin, Linda Jonas.
Ron Makel, good evening. Well, I guess we should count on blessings. At least we don't have firearms going off every day. Geez, heavens forbid. Things going on out there in the rest of the country, I got a couple of things, and I'm not gonna, they're kind of negative things. I'm sorry. I know the city's pretty challenged. Lots of challenges and opportunities going on right now. But one of the things is, we have a street sweeper that operates in Pacifica, and comes up our street, I think, once a week on a Friday, and we don't, Rockaway Beach Avenue, that's where I live, we don't have any curbs there, and we don't have it set up so signs are, that we have a schedule when the street sweeper comes, that cars won't be parked, so we can get an adequate job done. I was over at, I walked my dog over at East Fairway over there. I walk him at the ball ground over there sometimes in the morning. And I noticed where the sweeper had gone, there was a big line of like dust or something, and it went around the cars. It goes like this, like this, like this. So maybe 30% or 20% of the street was actually swept, but because everybody's got their car. So maybe we need to kind of move up into the future a little bit. Maybe even just consider right now doing a pilot program, pick an area in Pacifica where we could put, make it, set it so people can't park there during the time when the street sweeper's coming through there, especially streets that have curbs, But anyway, that's an issue that with me, and I think maybe we are in the 21st century. Can we start kind of moving up in that, time frame? The other thing too is we have a beautification committee, a great bunch of people trying to make Pacifica look better, and but I'm a little concerned when I drive down Oceana Boulevard and go by Malaga, the corner of Malaga and Oceana Boulevard. What used to be the Ed Cordero Chevrolet is now Public Works and the Corporation Yard. Well, I want you to look at that building. I mean, you don't even have a city emblem on the building, letting people know that that's being used. That's a city building. And I know that our Public Works Department has equipment. They could probably paint it. Look at the building. I mean, it needs paint. I know that they have air compressors and they have paint guns and stuff. So please, we're going to be concerned about making Pacifica look nice over here. I think that we should be looking at our public buildings too. I mean, drive by there, it's an eyesore. It really is, and it's just, it's unacceptable. I don't know who's responsible for that building, who the man in charge of the people operating that building, but whoever they are, this is unacceptable. So that person should be held accountable that that building looks respectable. If Ed Cordero were to come and stand on that corner, he'd cry. I mean, but at any rate, let's...
I have to call you, ask you to close pretty soon there, Ron.
Okay, at any rate, thanks.
Thank you. Don Stejnik, Chris Vogel, Tony Boykin, and Linda Jonas.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for hearing me tonight. My name is Dan Stejnik. I'd just like to say +1 for the hotel union folks. I support them, and also the anti-fireworks crowd. You know, in 7 days, we sold a little over $400,000 worth of fireworks. It's a huge amount. But tonight, I'm here to talk about one of the greatest public service delivery failures in Pacifica history that happened with little press last year. I'm sure the left side of the room will be delighted to know they had nothing to do with it. It's also one of the largest case studies in public services consolidation in Pacific history, an incredible learning opportunity, and again, very little to do with Pacifica staff. I'm speaking of the temporary consolidation and centralization of U.S. mail services from a neighborhood branch system to a centralized post office, one post office in Lindemar for all of us. Almost a year ago, in September 2015, a vehicle crash suspended services at the 50 West Manor Drive location, causing major damages to the retail window area mainly. USPS transferred services to the Lindemar Post Office at 690 Roberts Road and the Daly City Post Office, 8 miles north at 1100 Sullivan Drive. Now, most people know the USPS is an independent agency of the federal government. It's a mandated authorization in the Constitution. City doesn't own it. The feds don't own it either. Actually, the Manor Post Office is owned by a guy in Los Gatos named Milton Krebs. Now, I called around a little bit on the East Coast, and apparently any building condition suspension trigger an automatic determination of whether to maintain or close a post office. Every February, the Postal Regulatory Commission releases its compliance determination review that lists all the post office closures. In 2013, 138 service suspensions happened. Only 27 cases did the post office reopen. That's less than 20%. Since 2000, they've cut the workforce by a third. The best I can determine is that Manor Post Office is in that less than 20% of building suspensions that will actually reopen and remain an integral part of the neighborhood branch system that works so well. One post office for all of Pacifica didn't work. Centralized postal services distribution doesn't work in Pacifica. Neighborhood branch distribution does work. And every voter who bought a stamp or mailed a letter last year knows that. Branch neighborhood services work. Centralized distribution doesn't work. Just look at the post office. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Vogel, Tony Boykin, and Linda Jonas. And if I haven't called your card, please come forward.
Hi, good evening. My name is Chris Vogel. I live in the lower Lindemar area. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I'm going to talk to you about fireworks. I was in the front yard with my brother-in-law during July 4th, the evening of July 4th, and we were watching what seemed to be a reenactment of the Iraq invasion. It did not seem to be a celebratory atmosphere. It seemed to be very aggressive. And as starbursts were going off overhead, about every time one of those went off, about 10 to 15 seconds later, we would hear the sound of what sounded like a handful of gravel being thrown and landing on my house or on the surrounding cars or at our feet. And we realized, that this is detritus, or this is remnants of these fireworks coming down and landing around us. So a couple of days ago, I went up on my roof to see what was up there, and I thought I'd bring it in to you guys to show you these fireworks. These are certainly not legal, safe and sane fireworks that ended up on my rooftop. So I just have a small selection here. This was kind of like a globe item. Says artillery shell on it, shoots flaming balls. That's pleasant to see on your rooftop. I have a second one of those as well. And then there were about 7 to 8 of these cylindrical items that were on my on roof. And these were falling at our feet as well. They looked to be like rocket engines or something, and they'd be smoking when they came down. They weren't on fire, but they were smoking. I have like 7 of those that I found on my roof. And then there's like a bunch of this kind of, it's almost like charcoal briquettes. So when these landed, these were glowing. So these were glowing orange with heat. And I found these on my roof, a bunch of those. And then other just odds and ends of like canisters of stuff. I don't really know what it is, but this is not acceptable. This is landing just on my rooftop, okay? And I've just got one of these dinky little houses in Lindemar. And a thought occurred to me, you know, I don't know why I hadn't thought of this before. There were a ton of these illegal fireworks going off, okay? And I thought, like, you know, my God, people are storing these in their homes in the days and weeks leading up to July 4th. And we might treat, you know, fireworks individually as a $1,000 problem, but in the aggregate, when you've got a guy launching 100 of these M80s off in the air, and he's got 100 of them stacked in his garage, we've got a major problem there. And so I'm wondering, in terms of policing, if this is something greater than our police force, we want to take a different approach to policing. I don't want to speak out of turn, but perhaps other state or federal agencies might want to get involved when we're talking about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. All right, Tony, you okay? Tony Boykin and Linda Jonas, and if anybody else has a card or if I missed your card, please come forward. You need to put your mic down, thank you.
I'm also here on the issue of fireworks. The ongoing issue of illegal fireworks in Pacific has escalated in the 40 years I have lived here and has become a public safety issue, not to mention a quality of life issue. I understand that the police department is not the solution to the overall problem. But per the Pacifica Municipal Code, it is unlawful for any person not only to discharge, but to possess or store, among other things, fireworks except those designated as safe and sane by the state fire marshal. We have been told that police officers have to witness a detonation to issue a citation, yet the code clearly states mere possession is a violation. In addition, it is apparent to us who live near the violators that large amounts, as was mentioned previously, of dangerous toxic materials are being stored near us. The code further states the fire chief can do permits for public displays of fireworks, but that every use of this, in every of these cases, it shall be handled by a competent operator approved by the fire chief. Since competency is a requirement for public displays, why are individuals who have not even been deemed competent only given are they only given warnings, sometimes more than one? In addition, the code regarding public displays says, these fireworks shall be of such a character and so located, discharged, or fired so as into, the opinion of the fire chief, that proper investigation not be hazardous to property or endanger any person. For those of us who live near offenders, it is clear that dangerous toxic materials are being stored near our homes and that an accident or carelessness would imperil houses, persons, and possibly lives in the vicinity. Those of us who protest are greeted with a suggestion that we should leave town for the day or move away. Even if this were an appropriate response, not everyone has the means or ability to just leave town. And since it is necessary to ensure the safety of our property due to wayward advices and sparks, it would not even be advisable. Nor is this a problem that is confined to one day of the year. We are literally bombarded for up to a week before and after July 4th and New Year's. Victories of local sports teams are another trigger, and the explosions continue throughout the year at random times, many in the early hours of the morning. Then there is the issue of quiet enjoyment, which is the right of an occupant, particularly of a residence, to enjoy and use premises without interference. The city code also addresses this and prohibits unreasonable loud or harsh noises, radios, yelling, etc. So it's been determined that these items rise to the level of, at the least, a nuisance, and none of them have the enhanced capability of causing property damage or injury. And I'm requesting that this life and property threatening issue be recognized, prioritized, and placed on a future agenda.
All right, thank you. Linda Jonas. And Angela Facconi.
Good evening. I too am a 40-year resident and have worked many of those fireworks booths for a number of those great community organizations that really count on those funds. And my thing is always, if you're going to take something of value away, you must replace it with something of equal or greater value. And that being said, I don't blame any of these people for being upset about those illegal twerps that are setting those things off. It's pretty bad. I'm going to trust in you guys and my police chief, my fire chief, to figure it out for us, because I think the fireworks should be allowed for the safe and sane for these groups to make their funds. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Angela Facconi? Do I have more cards over there? No. And again, if anybody else wants to say something, or if I missed your card, please come forward.
Good evening. My name is Angela Falcone. I'm a 22-year resident of Pacifica. As late as yesterday, there were many Pacifica neighbors traumatized at all hours by the illegal fireworks. Here are a few examples. There were, it's not coming up, but there were things like, what the F, what is going on out there? Please stop. My house is shaking. My animals are traumatized. This was not even 24 hours ago. And recent information indicates that there were 103 complaints filed this year and no citations issued. Yet we continue to have our peacefulness interrupted for about 2 weeks every July. It sounds like Beirut out there. Aren't we entitled to peaceful enjoyment of our environment and our neighborhood in this beautiful town? We did have somebody honored here tonight that was able to alliterate all the beautiful things that we appreciate here. I ask the council to consider entering this subject of the illegal fireworks on a future agenda item. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I think that's it. Apologize, I don't know. You're right. Something needs to be done with illegals, fireworks.
You ask when we might have an update on, are we going to get an update on how it went this year? Typically, we do. Very often we do, so it'd be a good.
We don't have something on the agenda. Yeah. But we could certainly provide something at the next meeting. I know that's not as timely as tonight. But we do have information, and as was mentioned by one of the speakers, the police chief is looking at some out-of-the-box solutions. I can't share those with you at this point. They're not fully evaluated, but we are trying to be very creative in how we begin to address the illegal fireworks. With council's direction,
I think you need to speak a little louder, please.
Yeah, I can't hear you.
A little louder, please.
Sorry. So with council's direction, I'd be happy to come back at the next meeting with an official update to you all.
Yes. I would say you have council direction.
Thank you.
Can you make that more than an update and maybe an actual comment and the discussion? Because I was on the fireworks task force, I don't know, 5, 6 years ago. Do we want to go with a task force or a study session or a council meeting? Because there's advantages with all three. So I would like that as one of the discussion points of the agenda.
Which is what? I'm sorry.
Is should the council proceed as a task force, study session, or just have it on a regular council agenda? Because I think there's pros and cons to each one of those, and I think the public should kind of air what they think might be the best way. So if you could articulate in the report, you know, about what those three options are.
Okay, I'll be happy to do that.
We can talk about it.
Yes, thank you. You'll fill me in. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Councilwoman Nyhart, yes?
Oh, I thought you were going on. Are we going on to orals?
Yeah.
Okay.
Council.
To council. So seeing no other yellow cards, we'll move on to council communications and staff communications. Then we'll take a short break before the public hearings, or we actually don't have one. Consideration number 8. So council communications, Councilwoman Nyhart.
Yes, I was going to say 3 things, and one of them was going to be about fireworks. But, you know, we've all kind of talked about it, so I feel like we're beginning to agendize an item that isn't on the agenda. But it was an unbelievable year. Just suffice it to say, my neighbors are in the audience. I don't know how their eucalyptus trees survived. I wanted to thank the public that attended. I see some of them in the audience. Our goal setting session and that whole process. And I know it was an incredibly long day, but I loved getting the feedback from the audience and the participation. And so for those of you that attended, I really, really wanted to say thank you, because it's that opportunity to participate in a way that's just different than sitting with 3 minutes in a council meeting. I also wanted to remind people about Relay to Life. I actually assumed Clorinda or somebody would be here tonight, but Relay to Life is this coming weekend and on Saturday and Sunday. So it's an incredible event if you haven't attended, and I really want to honor all the survivors that do attend for cancer. And then I thought tonight we had some really good suggestions, but I'm glad you added that task force. We got to do something. Can't talk about it.
Okay, anybody else? Councilmember Keener?
So on the 4th of July afternoon, I attended the celebration up at Frontierland Park and read the Constitution, parts of the Constitution. This was all orchestrated by Clorinda Campagna, and you know, that was a great time, and it was a beautiful day, and everybody, you know, mostly there were families out there and kids running around and so on and so forth. Just wonderful. So that's sort of the antidote to what happened later. Peninsula Clean Energy, we selected the power provider for Peninsula Clean Energy, and so they will provide the power that hopefully most of you will use sometime in the future. It was sort of a strange and exhilarating experience to be in the room. We had 2 hours, you know, Wednesday morning 2 weeks ago, to choose among 3 of them and their bid prices for power, electrical power. And our CEO ended up calling 2 of them back and saying, well, can you sharpen your pencil a little bit, and, you know, putting the screws to them a little bit, and so on and so forth. And of course, you know, we ended up choosing one. That was basically the story there. Finally, I attended the Pacifica Resource Center board meeting, and Anita already stole my thunder on that one, and so I'll shut up.
Thank you. Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill?
I was just going to kind of report that I've been out of commission because I had my left knee replaced. So if you see me get up and start walking around here, I'm just kind of like exercising. I don't mean to be capping on anybody or, you know, ignoring you. It's just I need to walk my knee. So I ask for your indulgence.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Urban?
I would like to start off thanking the people on the goal-setting session as well that came to observe and partake in our goal-setting session. It was really wonderful to have you there, and I also wanted to thank staff. They did a remarkable job, and we're reminded of all the incredibly hard work the staff does year-round. And one of the big themes there was the fact that there's only so much time, there's only so many people, there's only so much money we have in Pacifica, and to balance all that we need to get done, and things like the fireworks and some of the emergencies we've had this past year come up, and it just makes it really tricky to get everything done, and it's so important that we do in fact get everything done. So again, I want to thank the staff. They're really a remarkable crew, and the police for their work, and the fire, and the entire city for their work on the 4th of July, the PB&R Commission, and who helps put on our beautiful 4th of July event up on Frontierland Park. And unfortunately, I ended up having to leave during the afternoon because I have an old lab who is so old that she can't take tranquilizers, and the best thing I can do is visit out of town. So it is something I think we all empathize with, and we understand those people with animals, and just are really traumatized by it. It's something I think that does need to be addressed, and it will take a village to get this done. And I appreciate you're taking the time to come here and express your experiences and your thoughts on that issue. I think it's been going on for a long time, and it's something that constantly needs to be discussed, like many issues in Pacifica. So thank you very, very much for coming here tonight, and all of you for expressing your thoughts. I did want to mention that tomorrow night is an Economic Development Committee meeting, and that's going to be held at Florey's. We're going around to different areas now, different businesses in Pacifica, trying to hold our Economic Development Committee meeting, and ensuring that everybody is exposed to these meetings if they'd like to attend. So you are definitely invited to attend tomorrow night. I think it's 6 o'clock, right? 6:30. All right. And very much looking forward to the Relay for Life at Terra Nova High School this weekend. It's an incredible event, and I think we've all been touched by somebody who has struggled with cancer, and it is just thank you to all those people that put so much time and energy into running that event. It is so meaningful to so many of us in Pacifica, and I will most certainly be there celebrating how far we've come and what we have to do in the future moving forward. So thank you. I'll let things continue.
Thank you. Councilwoman Nyhart?
I just wanted to add one thing I think I forgot to. I'm glad you thank staff for Frontierland. I was there during the reading. I didn't realize that Councilmember Keener was up there. I missed that part. Good job.
I keep it low-key.
But I did want to say thank you to the mayor. I know you did this, but the participation with Reverend Nibby and the Holy Cross Church on the first Jefferson Convocation, it was kind of an interesting day for 4 hours to spend talking about our Constitution and Jefferson and the impact, and Quentin Kopp was there, and we had an amazing constitutional attorney who's written books, Einsmore, am I remembering his name correct? It was just a great day, so we got fully engaged, and the mayor represented us incredibly well. So, thank you.
Yes, I thought the noise was coming from airplanes. For 1 week, it was the fireworks that took over for the airplanes, and I think the main issue is people behaving badly should not be the ones that rule a community. So obviously, we are going to figure out some way to make sure that the law-abiding citizens rule in our community. Regarding the airport noise, the FAA, I think I mentioned to you, is actually trying different things, so I really would like to know if you're hearing changes. Our residents are really pretty astute among you, representing all of you, It's really amazing the help I get. So the draft letter to the FAA is completed, and I believe, did you get it today, Attorney? Excuse me, and we had a lot of help with that, so that'll be coming forth. But I think the more exciting thing is that the FAA has been at several meetings with us, the San Francisco Roundtable, which is called one of the select committees. The other one is the Southern County, which is new, and they are a little bit behind us because they haven't been in operation. So we're holding a little bit of time for them to finish their studies input. And but like I said, I believe we all feel that the FAA is actually listening, actually willing to sit up at the table with us rather than being behind in a corner somewhere. And that's encouraging. Do we think we're going to have immediate results? I wish I could say yes. But the fact that they are willing to test some things, and they're not telling us what they're testing, so that's why I'm curious about the noise. But we will be having a meeting in August. We have it on August the 3rd. It's in Millbrae at the Chakotay Center at 7 p.m. So government moves slowly, but the consensus of opinion is that there is more movement than we would have expected. However, you know, Jackie Spear is our representatives, and she, like Pacifica community, we're feisty. We don't sit back and say, well, too bad. This is what we have to accept. So just like with the fireworks. So, okay, so it's a long evening. I thank you very much for being here and celebrating the different things that we've celebrated. We're going to take a short break before we come back for item 8. Okay.
It's item 8.
And helps to keep us awake. All right. So onward. Now I've lost my agenda. Oh no, here we go. So we are on, there's no public hearings this evening, and we are on consideration. There's item 8, which is the Open Space and Parkland Advisory Committee Annual Report. That will take 2 hours. And we have item 9. Not really, he assured me it was short. Item 9 and 10 and 11. So, all right, are you ready, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, we are ready, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Great. Get the committee situated here. Great. Thanks, Joanne and Ron. All right. I guess Noel's taken off. So.
Gave him the day off.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Hey, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm Jim Sullivan. I'm the current chair of the Pacifica Open Space and Parkland Advisory Committee. We've got Julie Lancel, Allison, Joanne, and Ron Makel, everybody. So we're here to do a presentation on what we've done the last year. So we'll just move right forward here. And I'm just going to read from the queue here. I'm glad those letters are really big. The Open Space and Parkland Advisory Committee has been established to consider issues related to natural areas that are proposed to be dedicated to the Golden Gate National Recreation Area, lands that are proposed to be dedicated open space, parklands that are under the jurisdiction of GGNRA, and areas operated by the San Mateo County Parks Department. The primary objectives of the committee are to make recommendations to the City Council on the policy and procedures of the National Park Service as they relate to areas of the GGNRA within the City of Pacifica and adjacent communities. Issues surrounding the transfer of ownership of Cattle Hill and the Pedro Point headlands to the National Park Service. Access and operation of the San Mateo County Parks in the City of Pacifica, including the San Pedro Valley County Park and the Devil Slide Trail County Park, and ways in which we can, in this area that we can contribute, that these areas can contribute to the economy of the city. Here's the OSP PAC members here, and I named the few that were able to attend tonight. A few had to give their apologies as they had previous engagements, so they wouldn't make it. And those are our term, when our terms end, directly across from our names. Okay, the topics we covered last year, the big one was the proposed rule for dogs management, the quarry mitigation bank, the trail of the month, which we've been sending into the PAC Trib, and Earth Day and other volunteer efforts. That's kind of the general gist of what the committee has done this past year. In reviewing the GGNRA proposed rule for the dog management plan, we held a public meeting here in this room to gain citizen input. We had a very, attended by some very dedicated dog walkers, and it was very helpful in us gathering information to submit to the Park Service on their proposed dog management plan. And we provided those recommendations to the City Council, who then sent them on to the National Park Service as what the preferred policies by the City of Pacifica would be. Here's the quarry, the mitigation bank, which we would like to have input on what we would consider to be functional trails within the quarry. That's kind of our mission, is how do we further that? We don't take a stand on where and what's going to happen with the quarry development, but we do, our big concern is making sure that the functional public trails that are in existence are reflected or bettered once the whatever shakes out on the quarry plan. Our Trail of the Month has been very well received. We talked to a lot of folks that have seen that and, oh, I didn't know that trail was there. Trails such as the Harry Dean Trail in the north end of town, we brought those to light. Some of the trails, corridors that are being furthered by the National Park Service. So it's been a very positive contribution to the City of Pacifica's trail awareness for us citizens. A few things we did on Earth Day, we collaborated with Pacifica Beach Coalition and removed 50 pounds of trash from the Higgins Road area, which a lot of folks refer to as Higgins Gate or the old San Pedro Road. So we picked up what had accumulated over the year there and cleared. We estimate about 1,000 pounds, but I'll tell you, it's on the day out there, it seemed like about 3,000 pounds. There was a lot of Scotch broom and vases that we cleared from that trail corridor, and we do that because that trail would essentially be a tunnel without the folks volunteering and clearing that. So we were very proud of the work, and Councilman Keener has been out a number of times helping us with that, and it's been great to have John out. Cattle Hill this year, Paul, who's not here, coordinated our efforts up there on the Cattle Hill property, which is still a City of Pacifica park. It's eventually slotted to go into the GGNRA as part of their Sweeney Ridge park, but it just hasn't happened yet. But we coordinated a volunteer day up there this year to establish the water erosion bars. We call them water diversion bars, and we counted 50 of them that we dug out and then reestablished to make sure to get the water off the trail, and it really made a heck of a difference this year when we did get our much needed rain. The North Coast County Water District partnered with Public Works to grade and firm up the road up from the Fassler Gate at Cattle Hill, and they spent 2 full days with heavy equipment to get that road back to a utilizable state, not just for their equipment, but for the people that range up there with their dogs or runners or bicycle riders and a few horse riders. We removed some very large erosion cuts, stabilized that trail up from the Fassler Gate just to make it more of a solid surface, so it's just more enjoyable for everybody. We repositioned the boulder at the gate to discourage the trespass of the motorcycles that occasionally get up there. That's really a cyclical thing. It seems like when school's out, there are a few kids that have the little dirt bikes, and they'll get up through there. And we're working real hard to kind of limit their ability to access there. So we may move that boulder a little closer to that bottleneck at the gate there to try and keep them out of there, as those motorbike tires really do tear it up. Okay, the Harry Dean Trail, that's on the north end of town, starts at Fairmont School, ends up at Skyline Boulevard by that huge water tank. It's kind of a point to point. It really doesn't go anywhere, but it's a wonderful recreation resource for the neighborhood, the Fairmont neighborhood. It's a fantastic trail. Public Works has done a tremendous job in picking up their maintenance schedule to get it brushed back by the firehouse on Hickey. And we actually had 2 full days of labor that a few of us got up there and brushed back the section at Hickey because folks were ranging over onto this private property, the old mothballed firehouse, and that private property owner greatly appreciated our reestablishing the trail and then keeping folks off his property. So I'd just say thank you from all of us here on the Open Space and Parkland Advisory Committee for letting me do the presentation this year. Great. Hey. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. That was wonderful. Thank you, all of you. I get to sit with this committee, and I enjoy every minute of it. And also thanks to staff member Tina Wermeister. I saw Tina. Oh, there you are. Very helpful. And so I have lights. This is good. Councilwoman Nyhart.
Just a couple of things. We're going to have to change that one objective about Pedro Point, huh? Because the Pedro Point Headlands is really about county and that whole trail connection. And since, where'd he go?
He left. You talking about Don?
No, Chris Hunter's got to be back there. Oh, good.
You there?
Didn't want him to be gone. But at some point, I'm hoping that they get the opportunity to work with the county in terms of the Pedro Point Headlands Trail and giving feedback and input and connection and that whole thing. I really want to make sure that happens. And the other thing I wanted to ask about, thank you for Cattle Hill. That was so needed. But, and thank you, Councilmember Keener, for participating. But any ideas about that encroachment? You know, Julie, you've been around a long time. The encroachments that we can't get resolved, if we could get grants to do that or something, you know.
In Valamar?
Yeah.
I think is it Rockaway too, or just Valamar? I think it might be.
I think it might be probably in Rockaway too, to get that.
I think it's Rockaway also.
Yeah.
What we've talked about that, we bandied it about. I'm sorry, Julie.
No, I'm.
Oh, okay. I'll just
Go
jump
ahead.
right in.
No.
Once we are really anticipating, it's been a long time, but National Park Service plans on incorporating Cattle Hill into their Sweeney Ridge property.
Yeah.
I mean, realistically, they're the outfit with the deep pockets it has to be a survey. You can't just say, well, we think the line's right about here and you've gone over 30 feet or 8 feet or so. It has to be just black and white. And our, reality check, the funding necessities for doing something like that is going to be part of National Park Service's taking over. Does that sound about right, you guys?
Yeah, the unfortunate part about it is that my understanding is they wouldn't take it until those were resolved, so.
Yeah, there's a lot of back and
So thank you
forth.
for doing maintenance anyway.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember, it was a few years back when that was the case.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like the Park Service is much more proactive now. There was kind of a quiet period there, and they seem to be doing a lot more, so.
Maybe that's something for the future. Keep your fingers crossed.
I have to recuse myself on that, so I won't.
Anyway, thank you all for everything that you do. I really appreciate it.
Any other, Councilwoman Karen Urban?
I just wanted to thank you guys for your hard work. You're not only advocating and improving the trails, you're getting out there and actually doing the maintenance work. And thank you to Councilmember Keener for joining as well, because that's really exciting. I use so many of those trails, and it is so nice to know that it's much safer. I don't know how much of the audience knows at Cattle Hill when you first, it's one time I slid and bruised my tailbone. It wasn't fun. So things like that happen up there, and it's really difficult for many, many citizens to use those trails because of these types of things. And these guys get out here and identify these places that need the maintenance and need the improvements, and have just been great advocates for our trails and introduced so many people that would otherwise never have known about Peter Point Headlands or Harry Dean Trail or so many of these trails. And so I love the Trail of the Month feature. It's just fantastic. You guys have been doing this for a long time and do beautiful work, and we're very grateful to have your service.
I just wanted to thank Sue for being a dedicated participant of our committee.
Thank you.
And also, I wanted to thank the council, as last year we went through our whereas, and one of our whereas that was supported by you was that Tina helps future builders hopefully come to us so we can just have a dialogue about continuing with a consideration for open space and parks, some kind of parkland that would be in the development, and that we're trying to ensure that that even though with development that we're having continued open space and small, dedicated areas that take advantage of our beauty here.
Thank you. And before I forget, you don't have to be a member of the committee to be a volunteer. And obviously, you see all those beautiful trails. They need constant upkeep. So if you want to volunteer, just get to the City Hall, and you'll be on the list. Councilman Keener?
Yeah, I don't really have much to say. It's a lot of fun to sort of tag along with you guys when you're doing trail maintenance and so on. But I really thank you for your other activities as a committee, and I think they're really valuable to our community. So thanks.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill?
I just wanted to say thanks for all your service and all of that stuff. Thank you.
His knee is hurting.
It's his knee. It's throwing him off.
I haven't been on one of those trails in quite a while.
I believe it. Yeah.
Just one more thing, we're happy to have visitors from the community come to our meetings, and it's the third Wednesday of the month at 6:30 at the police station. 6, sorry. Any kind of participation is always interesting and warranted.
That's on the 20th as the next one.
Yes.
Excellent additional points, so thank you.
And if you can't make it to City Hall to sign up for any of the Trails ongoing activity, if you're a Facebook person, we have our Pacifica Trails Facebook page. We've got over 400 people on that, and it's a really great resource to find out information of ongoing trail activities or the Pedro Point stuff. There's some great stuff coming down the pike on that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, very excellent and exciting.
Definitely on it.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you very, very much for staying here. And
Thank you, Council. Thank
you very much.
And staff.
We're on item number 9 under consideration, appointments to the San Mateo County Mosquito Abatement District, Beautification Advisory Committee, Library Advisory Committee, Parks, Beaches, and Recreation Commission, and Open Space and Parkland Advisory Committee. City Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. The city has recruited applicants for the San Mateo County Mosquito Abatement District Representative, Beautification Advisory Committee, Library Advisory Committee, Parks, Beaches, and Recreation Commission, and Open Space and Parkland Advisory Committee to fill vacancies due to expiring terms, resignation, and a vacancy on a newly formed Library Advisory Committee. These opportunities were advertised in the Pacifica Tribune. Staff received 2 applications for the Beautification Advisory Committee, 2 applications for the San Mateo County Mosquito Abatement District, 6 applications for the Library Advisory Committee, 4 applications for the Parks, Beaches, and Recreation Commission, and 3 applications for the Open Space and Parkland Advisory Committee. Interviews were conducted by the City Council on June 29th, 2016. A list of applicants has been included with your packet. To talk about the selection process, staff recommends that the council appoint 1 applicant for the unexpired term of the Beautification Advisory Committee, appoint 1 applicant for the expired term on the San Mateo County Mosquito Abatement District, appoint 1 applicant to the Library Advisory Committee, appoint 2 applicants for the expiring terms on the Parks, Beaches, and Recreation Commission, appoint 2 applicants for the expiring terms on the Open Space and Parkland Advisory Committee, using the following process at the meeting. In order to facilitate reaching a consensus at the meeting, staff will circulate to all council members a list of applicants for the 5 commissions and committees. Staff will then ask each council member to place check marks next to the names they would nominate for appointment to the Mosquito Abatement District, Beautification Advisory Committee, Library Advisory Committee, Parks, Beaches, and Recreation Commission, and the Open Space and Parkland Advisory Committee. After collecting the list from the council members, staff will then tabulate the number of nominations for each applicant and report those applicants securing the highest number of nominations. Upon receiving the report from staff, council will then make a formal motion to appoint selected applicants to each of the committees and commissions.
Question? Sure.
Kathy, I pointed out to you on the Open Space and Parkland Advisory Committee, there were 2 candidates for that weren't listed on our form.
That's correct.
Yeah.
They had their first choice and the second choice.
Yeah.
So it's at council's discretion if they choose to appoint them to their second choice committee.
Yeah. So
Are they on the ballot, are you saying?
they aren't. They aren't for OSPAC.
That was their number 2 choice, I guess.
But they are for,
Yeah.
You're talking
DBNR.
about Christopher and Allison Yacobi?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, so their first choice was Parks, Beaches, and Recreation Commission, but their second choice was Open Space and
Yeah,
Parkland
okay.
Advisory.
Okay.
So they could be a write-in?
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to offer that I think we should probably just turn these in and then.
I was
see
going to
what-
ask, do you want just the whole packet?
Yeah, that would be great. Thank
Do we
you.
then move on with the next hearing?
That your
item
question?
and then
Yeah,
come back?
I just
You
want to
can't
state
No,
that.
you need
on.
to make a motion to appoint for each
wasn't
different
being-
committee.
Can't move on because unfortunately I have to leave for the next item.
So now,
Pass the paper.
Councilwoman Irvin needs to say something.
Have to abstain. I was on vacation during the interview process, and there's precedence that if you cannot make the interviews, that we bypass our right to make a selection.
Thank you.
Just making sure.
I'm going to change them anyhow before we get the job.
It's too difficult to do.
I would like to say that we had, through the mayor,
I'm sorry.
just through the mayor, I would like to say that this particular group, I mean, we've had a lot of great volunteers and applicants serving on our committee, but we've had continued increasing numbers of people stepping up and volunteering. And so it was really hard to make the selection if one of the people that doesn't get on something that you either wanted or that you would like to, you don't get on a committee this time. There's multiple opportunities in the future, and we'd encourage you to come back again, because I was really impressed with the pool of applicants just across the board in terms of the interviews and what you have to contribute to our community. So I just wanted to say thank you very much to everybody that applied.
Thank you. No?
That's all.
I'd say ditto to that, that's for sure.
Yeah, it was a great group.
Now, Councilman Keener is going to do a song.
We could have the staff. They did.
The staff out
Me
there.
and the
you could stand
executive
it.
team still here. They did an awesome job
Yeah.
at goal setting.
At the goal setting, yeah. I'm going to organize my papers.
Good job.
You can sing.
Jeopardy.
And just to save time, I could say, can I say it before the item comes up, Attorney, sir? Matt?
It really depends on what you're about to say.
I guess.
Well, I have to, I mean, I think most of the audience knows, but I have to recuse myself from the last two items, and I actually have to leave the room. So that's why we're hanging out and waiting, and then you'll see me evaporate back there. Because those two items exist within 500 feet by a little bit of my house. So it's one of those things where you just have to recuse yourself, so.
And you have to leave the room.
Yes, that's what I'm doing.
No, I know, I was just telling them,
Said
you
that.
you actually have to.
You have to watch the rest of the council meeting on.
Yes, I will go home and watch every single minute.
And you'll be doing it with wine. You'll be doing it with wine.
Yeah, yes, I get to it, imbibe and a little something. What can I say?
So the cards I have for the next item are Sue Beckmeyer, that's for item 10, Linda Jonas, Michael Ransom, and Anna Booth, if there's, yeah. So, not yet. That's for the other item. We're still on 9 for right now.
Don't get excited, I haven't left the room. I have to leave the room.
Went in, so this is number 11, and this one's just number 10 now.
Okay. But I am packed.
Easier.
Yeah. 11, draw.
And you said that she wanted to go, you haven't said, right? She wanted to go first, did you say?
This is number, yeah, Ellen.
Allison, Michael and Sally.
944. That's why I got caffeine.
Where's Lorenzo and the music?
I don't know, but I wish he had his guitar.
You're allowed to talk now.
Two for there, and Michael, 1, 2.
Okay, thank you for your patience. All right, so Pete Desjardins received the most nominations for the Mosquito Abatement District. So if you want to go ahead and make a motion, we can go through them one by one.
So I move that we nominate, or that we reappoint.
And, excuse me, the San Mateo County Mosquito Abatement District requires that they have a 2 or a 4-year term, which is at council's discretion. So in your motion, I just need to know if it's a 2-year or a 4-year term.
What have we done previously?
I believe 2-year in the past.
Okay. So I move that we reappoint Pete Desjardins for 2 years to the Mosquito Abatement District.
I'll second.
A call for the vote, please. And that passes, and one with 4 yes and 1 abstention.
Okay, the next one is the Beautification Advisory Committee, and that was Edith Dom.
We just do that by acclamation? There was only one person.
Yes, there was only one applicant and 1 opening.
Yep, there we go.
But I do need a motion.
Oh, so moved.
Second.
I have nothing else to do.
Okay, moving on to the Library Advisory.
We just made a vote, so you
I'm
better,
sorry.
you better,
Go ahead. That was the
Whoops.
last one.
Go again, yeah.
We got it.
Thank you.
There we go.
and that passes again as well.
Okay. Thank you. Library Advisory Committee received, Kathy Long received the most nominations.
So moved.
Oh, absolutely. Second.
Second, call for the vote. And that passes 4 to 1 abstention.
Okay, and the Open Space and Parkland Advisory Committee, we have a tie of, with Allison, I'm sorry. Allison
Advisory
Yacobi
Committee?
and.
Wait.
And Sally McKenzie.
Can you say it again?
So Allison Yacobi and Sally McKenzie both received the same number of nominations, 2 each. Michael Pacelli received 3. So we have a tie on those 2. So we do need you to vote again on that.
This is for which one?
This is for Open Space and Parkland Advisory Committee. We have a tie between 2 people.
And say again the 2 people.
Sally McKenzie and Allison Yacobi.
Okay, do we need to
You're going to
write
give us
down
paper
pieces
or
of
something?
paper?
Or use
Or do you
yellow
just
card?
want to do the vote?
Couple of extras. You want to pass those down, John? Sorry.
So much paper.
For anybody that needs them.
And Michael, no, I didn't have to abstain before.
For the library?
For the advisory.
I thought you
Doesn't
did.
have any real property.
There's another one.
That's okay.
Sorry. Poked you.
Tiebreaker.
You can't just have 2.
Oh, that's Allison's, this is the one Allison's not printed here, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
Could we do the rest of them potentially before we re-vote on this one?
Report out, she means
Some of these people are on the
report out.
same.
I'm sorry?
Could we do the rest of them, because some of these are on the other committee?
See, if we do, should they also apply for PVNR? See what happens with PVNR before we decide open
Yeah.
space, since this was their second choice.
Okay,
Yeah.
go ahead.
Put that one
Let's-
off, and
all
we'll
right.
do the PBNR.
Okay.
It's easy.
Okay, sorry, thank you. So Parks, Beaches, and Recreation was Mary Beer and Christopher Yacobi. Motion?
No, I was so moved.
Second.
Call for the vote. That passes 4 to 1 abstention.
And this time we only vote for one.
Correct.
Oh. Only vote for one?
Yeah.
Because Michael got on?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm following slowly.
Just write down Trump.
Say that.
Or Saunders.
Sorry.
You're bad. So glad I don't sit next to you.
If I kicked him, it would be a crime.
It would be a crime, but we'll tell the chief of police to look away.
Sorry.
It's hard when it's an even number.
Come out with the same thing?
We have a tie again.
Can't we just add an extra person?
Hey, want to flip a coin?
You can just make a vote on this. I've read the applicants.
Make a motion.
Make a motion, we just flip a coin. Heads
You
is
can let Karen-
Sally,
you can let
tails
Karen
is
join her.
Allison.
I'm
No?
not going to agree to that.
Well, somebody needs to say something.
Let's
Any
try again.
possibility Karen could vote? She's read all the, are you okay with that?
I'm okay with it. I know them both. I mean, I've read their applicants, and I'm familiar with them both.
Okay.
There's no
I
legal.
still mind.
Yeah, there's
Don't
no legal
mind.
requirement that precludes you from voting.
Right. I'm happy to vote.
So be the tiebreaker.
Under the circumstances, since
We don't know
there was
how
no
she
change of vote,
Do
so
you just give me one of those for that one particular one, and
Yeah, right. Here.
That makes sense, John. Blank piece of paper.
We're all going to know how you voted.
yeah.
sorry.
All right.
I know I'm the only one, that's not fair. Sorry to
You
the
can be
other,
tarred
I
and
just
feathered.
worked well.
Thank you for that. Yeah.
Winner is.
Thank you for that.
All right, so receiving the most nominations was Michael Picelli and Sally McKenzie.
So moved.
Second.
Call for the vote. That passes unanimously. So moving. So Councilwoman Nyhart has to leave because of item 10 and 11, which is on the library. We have a 500-foot radius that we cannot vote on anything within that 500-foot of our house. Okay, could we have a staff report? I better read the whole thing first. Authorize the city manager to enter into negotiations with Group 4 to prepare a contract for the design of the new Pacifica Library project in an amount not to exceed $400,000. Proposed action, authorize the city manager to enter into negotiations with Group 4 architects to prepare a contract for library design services and authorize an amount not to exceed $400,000 for the schematic design phase of the project.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. My name is Tina Wehrmeister. I'm the planning director. And as you just summarized, the item before you is authorizing the city manager to negotiate a contract with Group 4 to prepare the schematic design for the new Pacifica Library. So for this item, I'd like to briefly summarize the past history of the library project, summarize the architect selection process, and provide information on the funds available for the schematic design. The City of Pacifica has been working towards constructing a new library to meet our community's needs for more than a decade. The process of moving towards a new, single, up-to-date library began in the late 90s when Pacifica joined a number of other cities in the county to form the San Mateo County Library Joint Powers Authority. The JPA board envisioned each community to have one library that could optimize the service resources available. As part of joining the JPA, Pacifica agreed to move towards combining library services into a single facility, as I mentioned, designed to meet the needs of the entire community. Since that time, the Pacifica Library Foundation, the Pacifica Friends of the Library, the San Mateo County Library, and the county itself and the city have been working together to take steps needed to make the new library a reality, including doing community outreach, planning studies, including a needs assessment and conceptual building design, and also a specific site envisioned for the library was selected, which is here on the corner, or near here, on the corner of Palmetto and Montecito Avenues. Aligned with these efforts, on November 23rd, 2015, the City Council directed staff to take several actions toward constructing a new library. One task is to hire an architecture firm to prepare the schematic design. Consistent with this direction, staff issued an RFP for architectural services, and proposals were received from 10 firms. The Library Liaison Committee, which consists of council members Irvin and O'Neill, city staff, county library staff, county staff, Pacifica Library Foundation members, and the Friends of Pacifica Libraries, reviewed the proposals and selected 4 firms to interview. 3 firms were selected as finalists to lead the committee on a tour of representative project sites on the South Bay. After receiving committee input and conducting reference checks, staff recommends that the City Council authorize the city manager to enter into negotiations with Group 4. Group 4 has demonstrated that they have the necessary experience, a strong community engagement process, and design leadership to deliver the schematic design for the library. Group 4 has offices in South San Francisco and has completed many library projects locally. Representatives of the firm are present tonight, should the council have any questions for them. Regarding the fiscal impact of this recommendation, at the November 23rd meeting mentioned earlier, the City Council approved allocation of $129,000 from excess ERAF towards the new library project. And these funds, along with the Measure A funds from San Mateo County for planning purposes, net a total of $629,000 available for the project. And this amount was included in this year's approved capital budget, and so the budget has been approved by council. Before I conclude, I just wanted to give you an update on the Library Advisory Committee that was appointed by council. The first meeting of that committee has been scheduled for Wednesday, July 27th. And if council accepts staff's recommendation, it's hoped that Group 4 can participate in the kickoff meeting for that committee. So just in summary, again, the recommendation is that the City Council authorize the city manager to negotiate a contract with Group 4 for the schematic design in an amount not to exceed $400,000. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions of staff? No questions at this time, so I'll open it up to the public. First one is Sue Beckmeyer, Linda Jonas, Michael Ransom, Anna Booth, and Eric Rushames.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you just put down number 11, that's why, okay.
Yeah, but she was first, so she may want to just...
Hi, I'm Sue Beckmeyer. I've been with the Library Foundation for many years, and through that work, have had the opportunity to work closely with Dawn Merkis and her team from Group 4. They're among the leading library architecture firms in the country, and we are so fortunate to have them right over the hill in South City. Dawn has lived in Pacifica. She currently lives in Montera. We'll forgive her. And she knows our town and the building challenges we face as a coastal community. Group 4 was extremely careful and attentive in seeking input from the community, conducting more than 5 outreach meetings to learn what our community wants in our new library. Group 4 is skilled in designing environmentally progressive buildings, regularly attaining LEED Gold status for their projects. I am thrilled that this is before you, and I wholeheartedly encourage you to accept Group 4 as the architect for the schematic design phase of our new library. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And
next.
Well, yeah, is Linda Jonas still here? There's Linda Jonas, Michael.
Basically, I can just say ditto what Sue said. We have worked with this group, and they're very, very easy to work with. They pay attention to questions. They answer your questions carefully. I encourage you to go with this group. Thank you.
Thank you. And Michael Ransom. So he has number 11, too.
My name is Mike Ransom, and I'm also on the Library Foundation, and I also am a construction professional. I'm a licensed civil engineer and work for BCCI Construction, and have some former knowledge of Group 4 and their experience, and all of you have been to the library there in Walnut Creek, and so I would urge the council to approve and proceed with authorizing the city to go forward with Group 4.
Thank you. Anna Booth?
Hello, it's good to see you all again. I haven't been around for a while. I want to start out by saying something that I don't hear enough of around here, and that is you are a good consul. You have kept us safe, and you have kept our beautiful environment when all around us there are these smuggings and shootings and robberies and fires and awful things. So you deserve a lot of credit for keeping us safe and beautiful. I love Pacifica, and I love the library. And that's why I've come to talk to you, because we have serious problems passing this idea tonight. And if we have serious problems, why are we going to pay for it before we decide to do it? That is the cart before the horse. Wait until we decide whether we're going to do it or not before we make new commitments to pay for it. $400,000 is a lot of money. We have damage to repair in our seawall, in our pier, in our potholes. Think how many potholes you could do for that. But this is the cart before the horse. It would be challenged legally if you don't drop it tonight. I would never do such a thing, and I have a lot of legal experience, but there is a gentleman in town who's a lawyer. He's very upset, not because he's on one side or the other, but because of the legal problems you have in this, and he will file in the Superior Court if you don't drop this tonight. He wanted to do it when he saw the agenda, and I said, no, give the chance to the consul to bow out of this gracefully. We do not know. We don't have a design. You're asking me to buy a house, I don't know what it looked like. Why are we committing ourselves to new expenses when this may not pass? Take this up after the library proposition if it passes. But now it is out of line entirely. My legal experience is long. I met my husband in a class in constitutional law. I put him through college, law school. I held his books. I know everything they said, and I beat him in divorce court. Later in Denver, I was secretary to one of our county representatives. And in Kansas City, I was on Tom Eagleton's Kansas City campaign, and it's too bad they dropped him from the ticket because he was ill. In Pacifica, I have worked with William Growney, who was twice elected to be president of our Chamber of Commerce, and, with Sidney Lorvan, one of our previous mayors. That's a good place to learn about law in Pacifica. And I ask you please to wait until after we discuss whether we want it or not, till we decide whether we want to pay for it or not. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Rashames and Teresa Dyer. And Stan Stejic.
Madam Mayor, Council, thank you for taking this issue under advisement. I was fortunate to sit on the committee that reviewed the architectural firms that submitted bids, and Group 4 deserves all the credit they've gotten, especially when you consider the competition they had to face in the process. We were very blessed to have lots of very talented architectural firms interested in working in our community, and I think we'll be very pleased with Group 4. I also want to think it's worth thanking County Supervisor Horsley, who was here earlier, but I think we wore him down, and for his assistance, that the funds that Tina referred to, the over $600,000, that $500,000 of that's coming from the county, and that's largely due to the efforts of Chris and Supervisor Horsley and the rest of the supervisors, and that money is only earmarked for this. So we really do get a lot for our contribution of $100,000 and some odd dollars. We get a lot of bang for the buck for this money. So it's a great step forward, and regardless of the decisions we make in the future, these steps in the design process have to be done. And the fact that we can get them done on 3/4 of somebody else's money is a great bonus for us, and it's a great economy for the city to take advantage of it. And I urge you to move forward on this. This is a great thing for our community, and you've been supportive of this all the way along, as have past councils. This is not, as Tina pointed out, this is not something new. It's been in the works for, I mean, my hair was a different color when we started this. And I had a lot more of it. So I appreciate the support you've given us so far, and credit to the staff who's really worked very hard to make it happen, and I hope we can continue the process tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Teresa Dyer?
Well, as I've said before, I'm totally against this project.
I think I read in the paper where you want to put a bond measure on in the November ballot for $35 million. Where are we going to get $35 million, what I'd like to know? We're not even physically solvent. I mean, we're borrowing $750,000 from the sewer fund to pay the pension bonds. On Lori Chinfo's goal setting, number 4, it was to replace the $4 million. I haven't seen that occur yet, and I haven't seen any new development come in here, so where do you think you're going to get this revenue? I mean, Payless store moved out now along with Denny's, so we're not even filling the vacant spaces here. Everybody's against the quarry. To me, that's our last shot in the dark if we want to stay solvent. Otherwise, I predict bankruptcy in a very short time. I'm totally against this, and I urge all the residents of Pacifica to vote no if it does come on the ballot. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Dan Stechnik? Sorry.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for hearing me again. I'm Dan Stechnik. I just want to address one point that someone else had brought up earlier tonight, where they said they can get it done for three-fourths of the cost on someone else's money. That someone else's money is our money. That quarter isn't given to us by the county, it's a loan. We have to pay that money back. I want to draw your attention to an article in the Half Moon Bay Review on January 9th, 2016, talking about the recommended footage for a library per resident. This is a quote: "If you live in a spread out or rural community, the number is smaller because people need to travel distances to get to the library. People won't travel as often, or they can go to another closer library. The best practice number for more rural communities can be 0.6 square feet per resident. That was the number used by the library consultant Anderson Brule Architects for Pacifica. Again, that's 0.6 square feet per resident. Used for Pacifica in its recent new library planning. The difference that makes is that instead of creating a 25,000 square foot library, using the 0.6 best practice calculation, you'll find that about 15,000 square feet will actually be used. Using the Anderson Brule estimates, that corresponds to 23,000 square feet of library for Pacifica, not 34,000 square feet of library. And at that cost estimate, it's $21.1 million, or likely $38 million by the time it's all paid off, versus the $33.5 million that we're paying on this bond, which will be about $51 million by the time it's paid off. There's also an opportunity cost here. We're building a brand new hotel here, 34,000 square feet. The average California hotel room is 325 square feet. If we double that to 650 square feet, to account for ice machines, hallways, lobbies, whatever. That's 52 hotel rooms we're giving up on this space just to have a library here versus somewhere else in town where it might be more appropriate. At $200 a night, those 52 hotel rooms would contribute $455,000 per year from tot tax to the city of Pacifica. At $300 per night, those 52 hotel rooms that the library is going to take up would contribute $683,000 annually in tot tax to the city. At $400 a night, and make no mistake, within 10 years, hotel rooms in Pacifica will go for $400 a night. Those 52 rooms would contribute $911,000 a year in tot tax. We're giving up almost $1 million a year in taxes by placing the library here. And that million alone could pay to either renovate either of the libraries or, have an ongoing, some revenue stream that could actually build these libraries without a bond. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's the end of the cards. Is there anybody else that wants to speak on this issue? Seeing nobody, I will close it and bring it back to council. Do we have any questions or comments? Councilwoman Urban?
First off, I'd like to thank the Library Committee for bringing all this work forward. I know how long it has been going on. I was actually on the school board from 2006 to 2010, and often some of our discussions were trying to find an appropriate place because our two-library system is absolutely not sustainable. The JPA agreement that we have is with the understanding that we will only have one library with 60 hours, and that's provided with the help of the JPA, and that is not something that was ever in the plan to retain our two libraries. So we have to look at this moving forward, and it's been a goal of so many people. And my feeling is the community is such, the library is such an enormous investment in a community. It provides, just equalizes a community. It provides so many incredible things for our citizens, unlike so many other things. And so I'm a strong advocate of looking for an appropriate place, and I've been part of this for several years now, and I am so impressed with the perseverance of this committee and these organizations that have worked so hard for the benefit of Pacifica. So having said that, I just want to start out with a comment that was made involving the process and the $629,000. So when cities go through this process and they need to put a measure on a ballot in order to get it approved, can you go through the process and what they need before they reach that step, so people understand why we need this money in order to put it on the ballot?
Well, I think that they're related, but they also can be, they're also separate.
Right.
So this community joined the JPA, and Pacifica committed to working towards a modern consolidated library. And so this is all part of the planning process to do that. And so we anticipate, since this has been a longstanding goal of the cities, that the planning process would continue, including paying for an architect to prepare a schematic design. Now, the actual construction funding, if in the next item the council decides not to put it on the ballot, or if the ballot measure is not successful, that doesn't necessarily stop the goal. It means that the city would be back potentially to the drawing board to figure out how to fund the construction, but that the planning would still continue.
And that is because we cannot sustain two libraries as it currently exists in Pacifica.
That's correct.
Okay. There's a couple other questions I had. Oh, and one other question. There was a comment made that we would have to pay back the $500,000, and
I think that was a confusion by the speaker. So the loan that we would be paying back has to do with the construction funding, and not the grant that was made in association with the planning for the project.
Great, thanks for that clarification.
Anybody else questions?
No questions or statement?
Yeah. Our statement is fine.
Comments?
We're there.
Well, I have to go to the public too, so we're doing questions.
Did we just go to the public?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. I thought I may imagine all those people. Okay.
My mistake.
Yeah, just to clarify some questions in regards to the money being spent was matching funds. If we did not, the city did not match these funds right now, we would not even get this $500,000. It would just go back to somebody else, just like it is, and like so much. And in regards to how much this is costing, by having two libraries, it's costing this city more money every year because of the operating, but it's also costing our kids, our seniors, and the public less library services than anybody over the hill is getting. Because over the hill, the libraries are open 7 days a week. Over there, they're open at some evenings. And we can't afford that because we're dividing those hours between two buildings. Okay, so I don't know. I mean, he threw out a lot of numbers that are a lot of gibberish, and, I won't use the other word, but that, you need to use that, how much is it costing us for the years? It was costing the city of Pacifica $70,000 a year for at least 10 years, I think, in the budget or something like that, in order to maintain the hours at the two different libraries. So that's $700,000 or $800,000 right there. And so, this is actually going to benefit us. Why are we doing this now before a possible bond issue? Is so people will know what they're voting for. People will know what's going to be in the building. This will show whether, that there's going to be computer centers, there's going to be, preschool. The story times with the kids will be away from the seniors so the seniors can have quiet. There'll be more room for the knitting group that meets every second Wednesday. There's the story time. There's the kids, the schools can send the kids there to learn collaboration. The world today is collaborative and working in teams. This will give the kids in this community the ability to take and have a meeting place after school. You will have, in regards to 30 million being that, I was here when they voted, a $30 million bond issue to redo the schools. Look at what the remodeling of the schools has done for the city of Pacifica. There is higher values here in property than there are from the schools, okay? You now have schools that have waiting lists and people trying to get into Pacifica schools because of the program we have here. And that program is supported by the libraries, the teachers, etc. Some of the Common Core standards can now be used from Common Core standards can be used to help design the library. Okay, our money is, let's see, money source hours that we got to support this. That's pretty much what I have to say. I was writing notes. I can't read my own writing. Okay, so. But I also think one thing that is nice is that as one of the applicants for the Library Advisory Committee, I'm trying to paraphrase it, is she says, at a library you discover yourself, but you discover your community. You can meet new friends in town if you're new in town, but you also discover new interests, new hobbies if you go there. So that's what I got to say about this. And Group 4, I believe, will help us find those resources and develop the program and the building and the facility that will support a better Pacifica down the road. That's all I got to say.
Do you want anything? Okay, so knowing some of the history, so the history goes back, we do have 2 libraries. They're both loved and revered. Both of them are aging and need updating. We do have seniors we have a city that has transportation that is the pits for public transportation. I worry about this every day for a selfish reason because who knows, any minute could be that I can't drive. If you're in the hills or you're somewhere where there's no library, what do you do? So the senior issue and the issue of anybody that cannot drive themselves is a huge, huge issue. And with all the hard work that has been done and the care and value of a public library, which our democracy depends upon, which I'm very thrilled that this community understands that and appreciates that, because I don't always feel that in other places, that a library, who needs it. I kind of lost track of that issue of seniors and those that can't drive themselves. So then I had lived in Burlingame, where we had the same talk for years. There's the Eastern Library, which is a house, and then there was the main Burlingame Library. And Burlingame itself, we always seem to think that it's poor little Pacifica compared to rich Burlingame. But Burlingame had to have economic issues like anybody else, and they closed their library. They did close it. They got the same message from the JPA, sorry, you can't handle 2. We can't help you with 2. You want 2, you keep it yourself. And so they closed the library, and the public, no. This is not, we cannot tolerate this. We need time to do something. And that happened more than once. And I went to visit my old stomping grounds, and they have renovated it so that it's even bigger. And it's a delightful place, and the community spirit, and it wasn't just seniors, it was neighborhood. And the community spirit enabled them to have the 2 libraries. Now, I don't think that their main library they could keep, ours we can't. So that's an added issue. So it gets confusing when there's an item 10 and an item 11. So in an item 10, city attorney. We're talking about whether or not to devote money for a design team, right? That's just a yes or no.
That's correct.
So I bothered him. So that doesn't mean that the community has to say no to the Sanchez. Am I correct in that?
No, the only issue that's on the agenda tonight is whether or not to retain this particular consultant to create a schematic design for a library.
Correct. And so you have that issue of the need for and the love for Sanchez. And then you have the sea level rise concern. So I've been going to a lot of meetings about that too. So then you also have, when I looked at the pictures and I see all glass, I get all freaked out. So then I'm reading about Group 4, and Group 4 does have wonderful credentials, and they were involved in the Burlingame Library. They have wonderful credentials, and what they seem to stress is community engagement. And so now you know I always love community engagements. So they talk about operational and environmental sustainability goals. Not only that, though, they hone in on what does this community value, so that the library design that you get exemplifies not what would be nice, not what would be economical, not what would be what they want, and suggest to you, but what does this community value? Your values, and how does it express you, community? And they would engage us, and we've already had proof that they did do that. So for me, for one thing, that would be careful with the glass windows, make sure there's whales are central in the design somewhere, and who we are. So if this vote to go for the design with Group 4, which based on what I've read, and this is a lot of package, and they have a track record of listening to the community, listening to you, valuing your values, and insisting that your values come through. If that's what we're doing and saying, yes, put money for the design, it's not going to say that you can't do your best to save Sanchez. So I'm okay with that. Is that a risk? Yes, it's a risk. Anytime you spend a penny is a bit of a risk. But it's very difficult to be in America and have the library closed. It is extremely, extremely painful. And our library is closed every Friday. And I looked at some lists, I got some paperwork from the county libraries, and some libraries are closed, period, all the time. It's very, very difficult. And, I was raised as a military family, and my father sang the Star-Spangled Banner every day, and my mother was a Red Cross worker. So I grew up with some of your most precious things that give you your freedom are the public library and public schools, meaning that there'll be quality libraries and quality schools. And so it's my framework of taking that risk, and it is a risk, is I'd rather take the risk to ensure that we have a local public library that's free and that's us and that's open. So I will be in favor of this. So Councilwoman Keener, Urban.
I just had one question. I know a lot of people bring up this issue of sea level rise when it comes to the location of the library in Chart Park. Can you comment on some of the conclusions received from the technical report?
Sure. So this is something that I was going to comment on the next item, and there was a new a study prepared for this site, for the 2212 Beach Boulevard site. As the council probably is aware, that when the Beach Boulevard project was initially approved, there was an EIR conducted which determined that this was a suitable site for development. And because of the questions regarding sea level rise, staff initiated another study with the firm Moffitt and Nickel, and they found that the conclusions supported what was found in 2013, and that the site continues to be a suitable development site.
Okay, great. And maybe a comment in regards, I know there was an analysis done on our current libraries. So people talk about solutions, for instance, like renovating Sharp Park, things like that, but I know there was very significant issues with the size of the library. So I'm just wondering if you can comment on that.
So I am going to try to comment on that, and then I'll ask City Manager Tim Fo to chime in if I'm missing anything. But there were building assessments and needs assessments conducted with both of the existing sites, and it was found that they not only were the sites themselves of a size that were not suitable for the new library, but also that the structures were not in a condition that they could be easily renovated to accommodate the community's needs.
Okay.
In addition to needing to consolidate to one.
Great. And when it was discussed in terms of trying to find a centralized area,
Maybe I could chime in here on that point.
Sure.
So the two sites were analyzed just as the planning director mentioned. The site across the street, essentially the Sharp Park Library, it's not big enough for the library that had been conceptually designed, the size of it. And the building there is not such that you could renovate it or update it. It's just, loved to death is kind of how I think about it. Now, the site known as the Sanchez Library, that site would be big enough for a new library, but as you just started to touch on, the conclusion was that locating a single consolidated library in the northern part of town, specifically in Sharp Park, West Sharp Park, was the best way of making it easy to get to for everybody in town, primarily because folks who live in the southern part of town drive through this area often twice a day back and forth to work. And so putting it in the path of most people was what was recommended and I guess decided upon a few years ago as the best strategy.
Okay, great. And I know there was quite a significant amount of work that was done in terms of trying to identify many, many spaces throughout Pacifica, and this has been deemed the best site by any standard.
That's my understanding as well, and partly because it contributes to the revitalization of this site, which we hope in a few years that we'll have a hotel here instead of the council chambers, for example. And it would also contribute to the Main Street that we're hoping to build.
Renovation of Palmetto streetscape. Okay, thank you very much. It's very exciting.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill.
Oh, I was going to make a motion. Are we okay with that? Okay. Move to authorize the city manager to enter into negotiations with Group 4 to prepare the schematic design for the new Pacifica Library project and to enter into a contract for an amount not to exceed $400,000.
Call for the vote.
Second.
I second.
I'll vote.
So that passes 4-1 excused. Is it excused? And, sorry, I think I'm getting tired. Sorry about that.
Okay.
We are now on item 11. Are we on item 11? Okay. Receipt of report regarding voter opinions of the library and a potential bond measure to build a new Pacifica Public Library. Adoption of a resolution determining that the public interest and necessity demand the construction of a new Pacifica Public Library and its financing through the issuance of general obligation bonds, and introduction of an ordinance calling a special election and ordering the submission of the proposition incurring bonded debt for the purpose of the construction of a new public library to the qualified voters of the city of Pacifica at the general municipal election to be held on November 8th. Proposed action. Receive the report from Fairbank, Maslin, Mullen, Metz, and Associates regarding voter opinions of the library and a potential bond measure to build a new Pacifica Public Library and take the following actions. 1, place a bond measure on the November ballot by A, adopting a resolution determining that the public interest and necessity demand the construction of a new public library and the financing through the issuance of general obligation bonds. B, introducing an ordinance ordering the submission of a proposition of incurring bonded debt to the qualified voters of the City of Pacifica at the general municipal election to be held on November 8th for the purpose of constructing a new Pacifica Public Library to be read by title only and that further reading be waived. You get to do this again? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So as you just summarized, Madam Mayor and Council, before you is consideration of placing a general obligation bond measure on the November ballot in order to fund construction of a new Pacifica Library. This item is there's quite a bit of material to get through, so I thought I would go over the agenda and what we would be doing with this item.
Good,
so
thanks.
first, I'm going to provide an introduction, brief introduction to the item, and then our consultant, FM3, Kurt Balow, will present the survey findings. Then at that point, I think we can pause for any questions or clarifications from the council that you might have for Mr. Bello. Then the presentation is going to come back to me, and I'm going to review staff's recommended action, the reasons why we are making the recommendation we are, go over the alternatives that are available to the City Council, and then we could go into questions, of course, and then public comment, and finally council deliberation and action. So similar to the previous item, the work staff has completed to bring this item forward is consistent with the council direction received last November to take a number of actions toward constructing a new Pacifica Library. In order to inform staff's recommendation to provide council with data regarding whether or not the community is ready to consider a bond measure, staff engaged FM3 to conduct a statistically reliable community survey of Pacifica voters likely to vote this November. And as I mentioned, Kurt Balow from FM3 is present and will provide a summary of the survey results. Financial consulting firm Wolf Hansen & Co. was engaged to develop the tax scenario, and Mr. Mark Pressman from that firm is also present this evening in case council had any questions for him.
All right, thank you.
So before I turn the presentation over to Mr. Balow, I wanted to highlight the correction that was noted in the staff report. The survey that was conducted indicated that the library construction project would require a $35.5 million general obligation bond paid for through a property tax of $23 per $100,000 of assessed property valuation. And the actual bond amount would not exceed $33.5 million. So the surveyed tax of $23 per $100,000 of assessed property value is correct, and this discrepancy does not impact the survey findings. But for purposes of remaining consistent with the survey presented to the likely voters, the discussion you'll hear from FM3 tonight will continue to reference the $35.5 million figure, but all of your action items, including the resolution, the ordinance, will reference the lesser amount. So I just wanted to make that clear. So with that, I'd like to invite Mr. Balow up and have Ed switch out. You're welcome to either stand or sit. Yes.
First stand, given
okay.
Been sitting for a while.
So while we're changing presentations, I just wanted to mention that given the amount of material in this presentation, staff went ahead and provided copies of the survey results as well as this presentation in the agenda packet, so both council and the public had this available to them ahead of time.
Okay. Good evening, council members of the public. My name is Kurt Balow from FM3. I'm happy to present the results of the survey we recently conducted for the city on this issue. A quick note on methodology. I know we have a bunch of slides here to go, and we're fairly late in the evening and have many other items to discuss afterwards related to this, so I'll try to get through some of the things here a little quickly and then spend a little more time on items that seem to be a little more interesting or pertinent to decision making. In terms of our methodology, we did a blended survey here, what we call dual mode, online interviews and telephone interviews. In communities of your size, that's increasingly becoming an effective tool for getting representative samples and sufficient numbers of interviews and surveys. We had 474 people participate in the survey. And if you're looking for a margin of error, looking at the results here, kind of round up to about 5% or so. And we have a few comparisons back to a prior survey conducted in 2008 for tracking purposes. So the first section of the survey results here talk about the context through which voters were being asked to consider this type of measure. And we'll go through and talk specifically about the reactions to the measure and some other items. So in terms of the context here, we asked the traditional right direction or wrong track questions. The old Gallup questions, and you see the voters here are largely split down the middle. And just a quick note here, the survey is of likely November voters, so it's not the entire population, not the entire adult population, not even all the voting population, a little bit narrower subset of likely voters, although in a November presidential election, that's a pretty good chunk of registered voters. So of these voters here, we are about split into thirds. Right direction or on track, and about another third mixed, both about the state and Pacifica. Traditionally, we might see a little more optimism at the local level than at the state level, but here voters view them as roughly the same. In terms of tracks, this is one of the questions we had going back to 2008, and you'll see that voters here were a little more optimistic about the state. Pretty darn pessimistic back in 2009, and maybe a little more on the mixed side in Pacifica than they were in 2008. We had roughly even numbers who gave right direction or wrong track numbers in 2008 and 2016, but we have more in that mixed kind of category this go around. So not a huge difference from where we were in 2008. Now, a little more meaty questions here. That was sort of the warm-up stuff. So now we asked about a series of different departments and the overall city government here, and asked respondents to indicate how satisfied they are essentially with them and how good of a job they're doing. And the scale we use is excellent, pretty good, only fair, or poor. The shades of blue are excellent and good. Those little red bars are poor, and those pink bars are only fair. We put that only in front of it just to give it a tiny bit of a tinge towards a little bit of the negative, although it's a little more obviously neutral. If you look at the summary of the blue bars in the right-hand column, you'll see that there are very strong ratings for the individual departments we asked about, including the library, particularly the fire department, which had 82% who feel like the fire department is doing an excellent or good job. Looking at the last three items here, planning a little less familiarity with, but the city government overall and the city council, you have roughly thirds who feel like those entities are doing excellent or good jobs, but plurality is in the only fair category. Not a lot of dark red bars here, so you don't have a lot of strong negativity here, a little more sort of in the middle when it comes to overall city government. But those individual departments there, really, really strong positive responses. And a few of these we did ask back in 2008, so we have some comparisons. When it comes to the departments themselves that we asked about in 2008, fire, police, and parks, I would say these are kind of roughly in the same ballpark as they were, maybe a little less intensity on the excellent side for police and parks, but overall the general positive attitudes have remained very consistent from 2008 to 2016. When it comes to government overall, there's been a little bit of an erosion here. So the excellent and pretty good comments, responses have declined for both city government overall and the city council and the planning department. You don't see a lot of uptick in the poor numbers. In fact, those have gone down themselves as well. The increase is more in the middle-ish kind of categories, or in those gray bars, those who didn't feel comfortable voicing an opinion one way or another. We did ask about the city's finances, a question we asked back in 2008 as well, a statement we read to respondents there. The city of Pacifica's finances are generally well managed. Do you think that's an accurate or inaccurate statement? In 2008, we had a plurality, almost half who thought that was an inaccurate statement. This go around, we're evenly split at 38, 39, and then another 23% who weren't entirely sure. Slightly, I think probably the best way to characterize this is probably slightly less pessimistic opinions here. Those who feel like the city's finances are managed well are about the same level, but fewer have a more negative view. I realize this is a lot to look at here on one slide, but this is what we call a serious issues battery. So a variety of different problems that we said some people are saying are facing this community here. Read them in random order and said, well, tell us how you rate them on a scale of seriousness. Do you feel like this is an extremely serious problem, very serious, somewhat serious, or not too serious a problem? And since we've already described these as problems, we tend to be a little more dismissive of those people who say it's a somewhat serious problem. From our point of view, we want to look at the intense reactions. So that's the red and pink bars there. And you'll see that we have a very clear kind of first tier of items where you had a majority of voters, those who responded to the survey, who said that these items were an extremely or very serious problem. And none of these are things that have been touched on in the council meeting here tonight. So coastal erosion, right at the top of the list, though the cost of housing, drought conditions, right on the heels of that. And right below that, you also have potholes and traffic congestion, a couple of road and traffic related items. Those seem to be items that, of this list of things that we presented, at least were seen as the most pressing problems. Related to the library measure itself, a couple items here. You'll see that the amount people pay in taxes is only about a little less than a third. Saw those as intense problems here. But the condition of local libraries themselves, only 28% feel like that's an extremely or very serious problem. Another 38% in that dark blue bar think it's not too serious a problem at all. And this will go to, I think, one of the findings of the research here is that some of the conditions of the library do not appear to be an intensely pressing issue for a lot of members of the community. I think that obviously there's many folks who are much more close to the library who have more understanding and nuanced understanding of the situation. But for a lot of voters, this is not a top button issue. They're looking at other things, cost of housing, drought, potholes, as the most pressing things facing them. A few of these we asked back in 2008, not all of them, we changed it up a little bit here, and you'll see some pretty intuitive changes here. More concerns about the cost of housing, that's become a pretty big issue in intervening years. Traffic congestion, concerns about that have also gone up, and concerns about the local economy, far fewer people concerned. Remember, 2008 was really right at the peak of the recession. Amount people pay in taxes, not a real big change there over time. So now, let's get to the library itself. We asked several questions about perceptions of the library and usage of the library before and we'll get into next the actual bond measure itself. So this is one that I think is a particularly interesting thing, and I think was highlighted in the staff report as well. There's clearly some confusion amongst voters about who owns and runs the library. We asked these two statements here. Half the respondents were asked the owns question, half were asked the runs question because we didn't want them to get confused themselves. But you'll see that about a quarter of your voters that we asked here correctly understood that the city owns the library. But a plurality, 41%, think the county owns the library, and another 37% were unsure. So that's a really strong majority who either are unsure or essentially have an incorrect perception. In terms of who runs the library, it's a little closer to the truth, but still there's a lot of indecision there. And 1 in 5 voters feel like it's the city that runs the library, and another third were unsure. So the dual relationship between the city and the county does not appear to be something that is readily or clearly understood by all the voters in the city. We did ask a question about the need for additional funding for the library, and we asked about 2 ways, in terms of funding services or for facilities. And you'll see very strong agreement here that there's at least great or some need for additional funding for both those categories for the library. So I'm kind of weaving together a little story here of condition of the library not seen as a top pressing concern compared to other things, but when asked about a need for funding, pretty strong support for the, or at least a feeling that they need additional funds at the same time. Another thing here, we did ask a couple of what we call agree disagree statements. So that text that's in the sort of steel colored or charcoal colored boxes up there is a statement, and we asked respondents to indicate whether they agreed or disagreed with it. 3/4 of your response to the survey, 76% agreed that the Pacifica needs and deserves a modern library. So may not be a top issue, but clearly a lot of consensus here that the library needs funding and should be more modern. Additionally, another 2/3 feel that the library is old, outdated, and in need of repair. We had probably one of the most unanimous findings to the extent we could find them in a survey like this, is that 81% agree that the library plays a critical role educating children and youth. So very strong understanding. I mean, 54% strongly agree with that statement, so a lot of intensity there. We did test this perception that, well, maybe the people think the libraries are out of date, not really needed as much. And 2/3, 66% disagreed with that statement. So a really strong majority here feel like libraries are still relevant in this day and age. However, I will point out that for a bond measure, you need a 2/3 vote to pass it. And I'll just note that here, and I'll point this out multiple times during this presentation, that you have basically a third, 32%, who are a little more circumspect about the value of libraries in this day and age. And so this, I think, paints the picture of how challenging it is to get to a 2/3 vote threshold for any measure, let alone this one. We did ask a little bit about library visitation, and you'll see that about 55%, a little more than half, said they visited one of the library in the past year. But the majority of those individuals are less than once a month. There's not a lot of voters who are at least monthly visitors of the library. When it came to the library itself, we asked about a variety of aspects of the services the library provides in random order, and we said, how are you satisfied or dissatisfied? The blue bars are levels of satisfaction, with varying somewhat. The red bars are levels of dissatisfaction, and those gray bars in the middle are people who said, I don't know. And given back at this slide, where you see almost half of your voters who haven't visited a library in the last year or so, it's not surprising that some of these gray bars are somewhat large. But going through here, you see broad satisfaction. That first line there, overall quality of the library and its services, you've got a 3-to-1 ratio of satisfaction and dissatisfaction. So again, another very positive finding for a library and its services. Going through here, you start to see some of those gray bars get kind of big. Generally speaking, there's more people in the satisfied camp than the dissatisfied camp. But in terms of services for teens, services for adults, career development programs, a lot of voters just aren't familiar with them. I would highlight, though, something here. The one area of dissatisfaction, and we saw this relatively clearly here, was the availability of the hours of the library. And I've heard some conversation about that earlier tonight. So the hours which it's open and the number of days which it's open, you see plurality of your voters who are dissatisfied with those two metrics.
If I can just interrupt for 1 second, I'm sorry to slow your roll, but we're going to need to take a vote to go past 11 pretty soon, and I was just noticing that there are quite a few slides left to go. So we need to take a vote to
I think,
extend
do we need to make a motion first?
We do, yeah, to a time certain.
I make a motion that we allow the council meeting to go to, I think, 11:30 or midnight. Okay, you're right. Sorry.
Longer than that.
Sorry.
Longer than that.
Doesn't matter what we say.
12:30?
12:30. One.
That doesn't mean you have to stay here.
And it doesn't mean you have to stay, but for us, we do. So I make a motion that we allow the council meeting to go to 1 a.m.
Second.
Second. So that means we want to get it done tonight, so.
Please vote.
I seconded.
We have a second?
Yeah.
You ready for a vote? What are you doing? And that passes. All right, go ahead, continue, please.
No one asked me. All right, let me continue here, and I'll try to go a little quicker, but still not gloss over anything that's pertinent.
Right.
When it comes to the measure itself, we compiled a hypothetical 75-word ballot label, the kind of thing that voters would actually see on the ballot. It's the most important question, frankly, in the survey. We ask it early in the survey without going through a lot of explanation, because for a lot of voters, despite the best of efforts, they're just going to read those 75 words and make a decision one way or another. So this references, again, the dollar amount that Tina referenced here. And we asked respondents how they vote on this measure if the election were held today. So if they said yes, we pushed them a little. Is that definitely probable? Same for no. If they initially said they were undecided, we said, well, you're leaning one way or another. And so it gives us a 7-point spectrum here. And you'll see that a very strong majority support at 62%, at 34% indicating total no. And one of the key things here, though, is that 2/3 vote threshold. In terms of some general rules of thumb, and obviously every situation is very different, we'd like to see support for obviously a measure exceed its vote threshold. We're a little bit short of that 2/3 measure here. For a 2/3 measure, we also like to see the intensity stronger on the yes side than the no side, which we do. We also like to see intensity at least into the 40s on the yes side, which we do here as well. So the intensity seems to be there, but there's a reasonable amount of intensity on that no side as well. This is a number of slides that go through some demographics. I'll go through them relatively quickly. We've lumped all the flavors of yes together and no's together and put them in this chart. Women are a little more supportive than men, which is pretty common for public finance measures. A little more support amongst voters under the age 50. We see a pretty unsurprising partisan dynamic here where Democrats are most supportive, independents, still a majority of those indicating they vote yes, but a majority of Republicans who make up about 16% of our projected electorate here indicating they'd vote no. Voters who have higher levels of educational attainment, at least 4 years of college, are more inclined to vote yes. And we used the police department's beats to divide up the city into relative thirds here, and you see more support in the northern part of the city than in the central or southern portions. The last slides here are not quite on demographics, but on attitudinal considerations. So if you feel like if one of your voters feels like there's a great need for funds for the library, we're combining the services and facilities here. 87% of them said they'll vote yes. Those who think there's some need, it drops way down to 56. And those who feel like there's little or no need, almost 4 in 5 of them will vote no. So obviously there's a strong correlation, not surprisingly, between perceived need for funding and support for the measure. Those who visited the library in the last year are more supportive than everyone else. They're at 70% yes. And there's a pretty clear correlation between the rating of the job the library is doing. Those who feel like the library is doing an excellent job, again, more than 3/4 of them indicate they vote yes at 78%. Those who don't know, are unsure, they're a little more divided though. And the perceptions about how the city's finances are managed also seem to play a pretty important role. For those who feel like the city's finances are well managed, you're at 76% yes, versus those who are a little more suspect, they're evenly divided at 47 and 48. So you have a little bit of a unique situation here. When oftentimes a community is considering a bond measure for a library, it's to build something brand new or to knock down one and replace it, but here you're talking about replacing 2 with 1 new one. So we try to, it's hard to do in these surveys, but as concisely as possible, explain that situation. Also add some additional information about the ad valorem value, the $23 per $100,000 of assessed value, provide that information. And then we did a little bit of split sampling here to talk about how the sale of those properties might be used to help fund the project. And then after we went through this, we said, well, given this information, how might you vote? And the support here is about the same level. Went down a couple points, but remember we get a margin of error of about 5% here. So not a lot of change. The intensity stayed very much the same. I think that I will point out briefly that I think we did talk about the ad valorem value, which is something that a lot of voters will potentially gloss over, but we highlighted it here, so that could explain a point or two erosion. And also, we're going to see a little bit later here that a couple of these items here, like community meeting space, was seen as a particularly low spending priority. And I think maybe highlighting that a little bit earlier on here may have potentially resulted in a person or two deciding that they were less likely to support the measure. The split sample we did on whether the selling the properties would result in helping fund the construction or pay off the bond early didn't make any difference in support levels. In terms of the measure priorities, we went through a pretty long list. I think there's 3 slides here of ways that money from a bond measure could be spent. Again, read them in random order, and we asked respondents to indicate how important they thought they were. So extremely important and very important, the blue bars, and we were focusing most of our attention on those. And you'll see here that the items above that dashed red line were things that roughly 2/3 of respondents, and that's obviously a magic number here, thought were extremely or very important spending priorities. And you'll see repairing leaky roofs. A pretty nuts and bolts item was right at the top of the list. Providing internet access and computer technology upgrades, a couple items that are very related. Safe space for teens and disability access. Those were items that all got to that 2/3 level. Obviously, there's not a lot of difference between the last few items on the slide. But you see a lot of nuts and bolts things on here, and I want to point that out. Fire safety, sprinklers, wiring, leaky roofs, then safety items, safe space for teens, seismic safety, and these other things relate to those things. I think that is a real, we're seeing this in a lot of our infrastructure measures up and down the state, a real priority on fixing the basics here with a little touch here of modernizing technologies. Second slide, and these 3 were items that were at least seen by half of respondents as extremely or very important, but less than that 2/3 level here. And now we start getting into a few ways that improvements could have some programmatic benefits, like providing space for children's book reading programs, but also some other maybe ancillary goals of the project, like improving energy or efficiency or water conservation. And then the last set of this slide here, you suddenly see those big red bars, and those were respondents who said it's not too important to me. And that included stuff like being open on Sundays, providing maker areas, and providing a coffee shop. We wrestled a little bit with the maker, how to describe that, and realizing it was probably an unfamiliar term. We tried a couple of different formulations of how to explain it. Either way, it didn't really move the needle a whole lot. The only other item I want to point out here is the librarian's hours. We'll see in a few slides that when we put that in context, actually it popped pretty well in the survey. But when we kind of just described it blandly like this, 47 hours, 60, it didn't really generate a lot of enthusiasm. Over the course of the survey, in order to try to do a little bit of modeling of what something may happen in an election context, we went through a series of arguments in favor of a measure and a series of arguments opposed to a measure to try to see where our ceiling and floor was. And given the 5% margin of error, these are essentially a couple straight lines here on total yeses and total no, really hovering around that 60% vote threshold. We never quite got to 2/3, but then again, we never got lower than 59. So it seems like there's a pretty consistent level of support here amongst the majority of our voters, but at no point in the survey did we get to that 2/3 level. We actually had half of respondents who every single time we asked them, which is 4 times in the survey, said they'd vote yes. Another 26%, quarter, every single time we asked them said no. So there's another quarter that's a little more up for grabs, and their opinions are either were consistently undecided or they switched positions at some point during the course of the survey. I'm going to blow through these probably quickly here, but there's a variety of arguments that we used in favor of voting for the measure. We read them again in random order, talked about the hours, the benefits for kids, basic repairs. I have 2 slides here. Talked about accountability provisions, the return on the investment, the fact that it would help with job seeking, and I'm getting through this a little quickly, but we asked for each of these messages whether respondents thought they were a convincing reason to vote yes. And you wouldn't do the same thing for no arguments. So those dark blue bars are the percentage who said that is a very convincing reason to vote yes. The lighter blue bars say it's somewhat convincing reason to vote yes. And so looking at this, there was kind of a top tier. These are all items that at least got to 40% very convincing and 2/3 total convincing. And it's hours, kids, and repairs. And the hours argument, I'm going to skip back to that briefly. This is where we kind of explain the challenges of the two-branch system we have right now. And when we had spent some time explaining it, it was one of the most compelling reasons to vote yes. When we just talked about it in real sort of vanilla terms, it didn't generate a lot of excitement. The kids argument here, we said, we went through this. This was talking about, and I think one of the things that was probably particularly pertinent was the giving people teens a weekend place to go and keep them out of trouble. And that basic repairs argument right there, and that was somewhat convincing to more than 3/4 of voters here. We went through a similar battery of reasons to vote no. These are maybe a little more visceral. But again, we went through some generic sort of arguments that the money is going to be wasted, there's no need for it, that there's other priorities here, and general sort of distrust of government arguments, but also some that are a little more specific to your situation here, such as the concerns about sea level rise at this location. And at the same sort of scale. So you see here the dark red bars, very convincing reason to vote no. Pink bars, somewhat convincing reason to vote no. And there are really kind of two things here. So in aggregate, the most compelling reasons to vote no were that would be detrimental to some of the senior population here. And also there's other priorities to consider. The senior argument generated a little more intensity, but both of those seem to be the most compelling reasons to vote no. So in conclusion, I think this is a situation where you've got a library that voters like. They feel like there are very few negative impressions of the library outside of the limited hours it's open. There's some confusion about who owns and runs the library, though, and you have a fair amount of voters who haven't visited the library in the last year or are not regular patrons. The library itself, though, and the facilities, and maybe those things are not mutually exclusive, but it's not a top priority in terms of pressing issues. It's not inherently a lot of urgency amongst voters right now. They may not understand the situation that's the library hours and the facility challenge that you face, but they certainly feel that the library needs more funding. And they certainly value the role of the library in the community. These are not things you need to convince voters of. They understand that money is needed and it plays a really important role. Thus you have a solid majority of voters, basically 3 out of 5, all the way through the survey, in the face of pro and con arguments, you've got that level of support there that's pretty consistent. We didn't ever quite get to that 2/3 vote threshold. So essentially, getting to that threshold is going to be challenging, maybe not impossible, but I think creating a sense of urgency, a lot of voters just don't necessarily, the survey suggests the majority of voters don't necessarily feel that sense of urgency right now, although they value the library and clearly feel like it needs additional funds.
Thank you.
So that concludes Mr. Balo's report. So we can pause if there are any clarifying questions of the council, or I can move on to conclude the rest of the presentation. Okay.
Councilman Keener?
On the positive and negative questions about the library, the positive questions sound reasoned, I think, for lack of a better term, or at least one that I can think of. And I think some of the negative questions, and these are on page 13 and 14 of the survey, 247 and 248 of the packet, some of them have sort of an emotional edge to them, and I just sort of wondered about that. I mean, I noticed it. It really sort of stood out to me because nothing else in the survey really had that. Could you comment on that?
Yeah, and that's intentional. When it comes to public finance measures, we were trying to use the type of argumentation that would probably be used in public discourse.
I'm sorry, and I didn't hear that last sentence.
That would likely be used in public discourse.
Oh, okay.
And so in the circumstances, if you're making an argument in favor of a public finance measure, you typically go through a variety of more reasoned arguments as to why that may be the case. You may have very reasoned arguments as to why you might want to vote no, but at the same time, it is easier to be a little more visceral in your criticisms. And some of this language we actually took from looking at local blogs and things of that nature, so that we were trying to capture the tenor of some of the concerns in the community. That's not to say that all voters feel this way, but that tends to be the nature of a no campaign for a finance measure.
Oh, sorry. Councilwoman Irvin?
I had a question, and I don't know if you would answer it, or it's just kind of philosophical question, but one of the biggest things that I see from the survey is the fact that many people haven't gone to a library that are voting, that aren't that interested in it. And so I wonder if a lot of people haven't gone to the library in Pacifica because it's to be desired. There's things to be desired. It's not a sanctuary. It's not a safe, you don't feel like it's a warm, safe place to curl up and read a book and meet with friends and converse and go to meetings and have this nice lighting and the kids are playing and all those things that a modern library would offer. And so I was wondering if anybody had any statistics on when a city does get a modern library, how much does the attendance rate go up once the city is modernized, once the city has a modernized library?
So Ms. Tunfo may have some experience with that, but I also wanted to state that there are also county library staff present, so perhaps at the end of the presentation they could answer that question as well.
That'd be great. That'd be great.
Yeah, I'm sure they could provide more statistics or quantitative response to your question, but my understanding is that any new library that opens is immediately, the visits go up, the circulation goes up, and essentially if you build it, they will come. But the county library staff, I'm sure, can offer more quantitative information about that.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else questions? Councilman Keener?
On the basic question of yes or no, you had a range of, let's see, 58 to 63 yes, and 33 to 39 no. And then if you take out the undecided lean yes and undecided lean no to sort of get, you know, the solid yes and the solid no, then you get down to a range of 53 to 57 yes and 32 to 37 no. And the undecided yes were 3 to 6%, but the undecided no were 1 to 2%. First of all, I just wonder, is this sort of a valid way of, you know, there are a lot of ways to look at it, but is this one of the valid ways to look at the data? And secondly, I wonder what sort of meaning do you take out of the fact that there is more undecided lean yes than undecided lean no?
Yeah. I think looking at the leaners, as we call them, is a very valid way to look at the results. In this case, those percentages are quite small. And so the distinctions between the two are certainly within the margin of error of the survey. So I wouldn't read too much into the fact that it's a couple points higher on the yes side or no side. But for the purposes of looking at viability, those are the first places that people will get peeled off if there was a strong yes or no campaign. And so looking at them is exactly the kind of thing we do. In this case, it's a pretty small percentage, and we've sort of, from our understanding, there would be, if something were placed on the ballot, there would be an active, certainly a campaign on the yes side, it sounds like from the community, and so we'd assume that those leaners might stay where they are. But this is, a bond measure for a library is a fairly straightforward item. You're not going to get a ton of people undecided. It's not like a different type of non-fiscal thing that people don't understand the underlying policy around, where you see a lot of people in those leaning categories. So I didn't read too much into those very small leaning numbers in this particular circumstance.
But the very small 1 to 2% of lean no's sort of suggests that there's not too many people to peel off the no side. Is that?
Everything in the survey says
correct?
getting the 2/3 will be challenging. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
It's certainly, there are people in those undecided leaning categories and undecided, so you can do the math and get the 2/3, but yeah.
Okay.
That it?
Yeah.
Okay, so.
All right. All right. So we don't have any more questions or?
Yeah, so I just want to have a few more slides to finish up.
I'm not sure. Are you going to say something?
Yes.
Okay.
So I'll try to run through these quickly. So the staff's recommended action, as you saw in the staff report, is to take the necessary actions to place the bond measure on the November ballot. And the ballot language the suggested ballot language would read, New Pacifica Public Library Educational Resource and Safety Measure to build a new library that will eliminate building deficiencies like leaky roofs and deteriorating electrical wiring, improve earthquake, fire safety, and disability access, enable modern computer technology and internet access, and provide safe spaces and quiet study areas for teens and children 7 days a week. Shall the City of Pacifica issue $33,500,000 in general obligation bonds at legal rates subject to financial audits and citizens' oversight. And this suggested ballot language has been adjusted from the survey based on the results of the survey and the advice of FM3 to better explain to voters the benefits of the new library that would be in line with their priorities. So next I wanted to go through and just summarize some of the factors that staff considered in making this recommendation. First, what you heard regarding the survey results is that while 2/3 vote threshold was not reached, the survey does indicate that library services are valued in this community, and there's a potential that a focused, dedicated campaign by community supporters could yield positive results if the measure is placed on the ballot. Further, the demographic profile of the voters surveyed indicates that a presidential election would attract more likely bond measure supporters, and the 2016 voter turnout is predicted to be high. Second, the City Council created a library subcommittee, which included Councilmember Irvin and Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill. So staff and the polling consultant provided a summary of these survey results to the subcommittee and received concurrence with the recommendation to move forward. And third, in keeping with the first point, community organization and stakeholder support is significant and has been consistent here in the community. Community organizations include Pacifica Library Foundation, the Pacifica Friends of the Library. They both have been working towards creating a modern library for more than a decade. And I wanted to point out that partner agency stakeholders such as San Mateo County and the San Mateo County Library have been supporters, and notably San Mateo County has provided financial support for the project in a number of ways. So it's the $500,000 grant that was mentioned with the last item for planning and architectural work. They've pledged a contribution of approximately $1.5 million for furnishings for the new library. In the past, have transferred ownership to the city of the 2 sites where the 2 libraries are currently located, with the understanding that the 2 sites would be sold and the proceeds applied to the cost of the new facility after the new facility is operational. And then most recently, the county has offered a low-interest loan towards project construction, and that loan would be for 25% of the construction costs with a 15-year term at 0.8% interest. It's possible that this loan offer may not be available if the library project is delayed further. And as we discussed with the last item, staff was aware about the questions of sea level rise and the suitability of the planned library site. And in response, staff has commissioned a new study prepared by Moffitt and Nichol of the entire site, referred to as 2212 Beach Boulevard. The study was attached to the staff report and confirms the results of the earlier EIR that the site is not subject to flooding at least until 2100 and is suitable for development of the library project. And a representative of Moffitt and Nichol is present this evening if there are any questions regarding that study.
Any questions?
Yeah, I have some questions about the funding. I guess the place to start is the library bond itself is listed at 33.5. The interest is 8% maximum, and somewhere greater than 4.5%, I think. And so I just wonder how much interest in total is associated with this. And I realize that you haven't gotten the numbers for the bond yet, but say for 5%, how much interest would there be? A second question relates to the loan from the county, the 25% of construction cost. So is that 25% of the $33.5 million, or exactly what is that? And how much is the interest on that is 0.8%, really low. Thank you, county, for 15 years. But I'd like to know how much that is too. If we can figure out how much the principal of that loan is.
Well, so you're right, we have not come up with what the actual package, the interest rate for a bond measure would be. We won't know that until we actually go out for the bond. And I didn't have any information to run scenarios, so I'm afraid I don't have that information for you tonight in terms of what a 5% interest rate on the loan might be. Then in terms of the loan from the county, we need some more information on exactly, just as you pointed out, what the 25% would be of. The full project includes the soft costs, like the architect cost, the construction management, other soft costs that may or may not be part of what they're calling the construction. So I have asked that question, and the person involved in that is on vacation, so I don't have a answer tonight either, but I'm curious to find that out myself. Because it's a shorter term than a 30-year bond would be, which is standard, we're going to have to figure out how we might take advantage of that offer. And it's relatively new information that we got confirmed, so we're still figuring out how best to take advantage of that opportunity.
So would that possibly be paid out of the $23 per thousand valuation that you see paying for the library bond?
There would be no other source of repayment for the county loan except for bond proceeds or the sale of the two properties.
Right.
So realistically, it's probably going to be a cash flow tool to help us make the project come together. And with council's direction tonight, we'll put some more emphasis into figuring out the details of this.
Have you had the two properties appraised for the Sharp Park Library and the Sanchez Library?
We have not at this time.
So you just have no idea how much they would bring?
Not at this time, we don't know.
Okay.
Part of it depends on when they would be put on the market. And that would be in the future, obviously, so we're not certain at this time.
Okay, and just a couple more questions. How many FTEs does the Joint Powers Agreement pay for? Does anybody know?
I think that's a question for the library, the county library staff, and they are here.
Yeah, okay.
Tom, could maybe you answer that question? Please introduce yourself.
Yeah, good evening. I'm Tom Fortin, Deputy Director at the San Mateo County Libraries. What the JPA agreement states is that for towns with populations over 10,000, there's 60 hours of service. So for us, generally, 60 hours of service means about 10 FTE.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the very last phrase.
60 hours of service means about 10 FTE, but it depends upon the programs and the services at the building.
10 FTE. Okay, right. And is that what we're currently getting, split up between two libraries?
I'd have to check. I don't recall off the top of my head, but with the 60 hours of service between two buildings, staff are working at both locations. So I don't believe we have 10 FTE right now in Pacifica.
Okay. Less than 10. Yeah. And this last question may be for you or the city manager, I don't know which, is the JPA or the city responsible for the maintenance on the current buildings and you know, the new library?
The city would be and is responsible for the maintenance.
Okay. And all right, that's it. Thank you.
I have a question. So I'm a little bit confused, and I don't know how this applies to funding. Peninsula Library System and the JPA and the San Mateo County, do some of them mean the same thing, or how does that work?
No, they're actually three distinct things, and it is confusing, so I understand your confusion. The San Mateo County Libraries operate as a joint powers authority. Okay. So there are 11 member cities, and we run 12 libraries, 2 in Pacifica. We also run a book and bill service to the unincorporated areas of the county. The Peninsula Library System is, for better, I guess the easiest way to understand it is kind of like a cooperative that serves the libraries in San Mateo County. So there are public libraries in San Mateo County that are not in the San Mateo County libraries. For instance, Redwood City, Daly City, South San Francisco, Burlingame, those are all municipal libraries and they're independent. So we do not serve them. We only serve the member cities in the JPA.
And serving means?
We provide the services and the programs that are operated in the libraries. We operate the library service, but the towns and our members of the JPA, they own the buildings and they maintain the buildings.
So let's take Daly City, for example. They don't get any financial help from the JPA, is that right?
I'm sorry, which city?
Daly City or Burlingame?
No, correct. They are not in the JPA. We do not provide any service to them.
So the fact that they're in the Peninsula Library System means you can actually share books, though, is that right?
Correct. So the Peninsula Library System is like a consortium or a cooperative that serves libraries in the county. And the 3 primary products of that service are the catalog, the shared catalog. So for instance, patrons here in Pacifica can request a book that might be on the shelves at Redwood City, and it'll be here in 1 or 2 days. It also pays for the transfer of materials back and forth, so there's a delivery service that the Peninsula Library Service offers. And then the third major product is the network that we run our technology on is provided by the Peninsula Library Service, the network.
So then, it sounds like a good deal to be in the JPA. Are you invited into the JPA? Do you ask to get into the JPA?
It was formed in 1999, and I believe at the time it was most of the libraries that were in the county library system, which is over 100 years old. It was formed in 1912. And then at that time, the larger cities that had already been incorporated at that time in the early 20th century, they already had their own independent municipal libraries. And the county libraries were the towns that were forming later, after that, the smaller towns. So Redwood City, Daly City, South San Francisco, those are all independent. San Mateo, of course, yes, thank you. San Mateo, those are all independent municipal libraries.
And they get no funding from a JPA?
Correct.
Or the Peninsula Library? Okay, all right, thank you.
Correct. But the Peninsula Library Service offers the catalog, the transfer of materials, the delivery of materials, and the network to all of us.
The JPA's position is that no city in us within the JPA is to have 2 libraries. We don't want to help you if you're going to continue to have 2. Is that how it goes?
There's a minimum service levels in the agreement, and towns that have more than 10,000 in population are guaranteed 60 hours of service. Towns with less are guaranteed 40 hours of service. So with Pacifica's population, Pacifica is guaranteed 60 hours of service, and then with 2 locations, it ends up being split between the 2 buildings.
Right, I think that's enough for me now, thank you. Do you have a question?
One question. So just so I'm clear on this, the Peninsula Library System, is that county funded?
No, and the Peninsula Library System, I should be clear, they do not offer any direct public service. It's an indirect service. They serve library systems.
Right, but who does fund them?
We do. The members of the Peninsula Library Service or System pay membership dues, essentially, to pay for those services.
And
so
is everybody in the county in that, or?
Pardon?
Are all the libraries in the county members?
Yes, all the public libraries, including the independent municipal libraries, us, the San Mateo County Library System, and then there's 2 the College of San Mateo and Cañada College also have libraries that are part of the system. But we all pay for the services that we receive, again, which are the catalog, the delivery of materials, and the network.
Pro Tem O'Neill?
I was just going to say, Tom, you're kind of short shifting the JPA because there's a lot of other services that are offered that we don't necessarily get because of our facilities. Is that correct?
Right, like I know one of the things that is really important to each town in our service area is our service to kids, and in particular our service to kids after school. So we do run homework centers in our other buildings. We can't do that, the library can't do that here. Also, in terms of the technology that we can offer in our buildings is different in, like for instance, in Foster City, as opposed to what we can run here. The buildings are just not equipped to offer the latest in technology.
Well, even in regards to social services, I mean, the free lunch program that kids get during the school year is offered through the library system in many other city JPA libraries, correct?
Right, so I think what you're talking about is our summer learning camps, which are activities to keep the kids engaged during the summer to prevent summer slide, which is where children are not engaged in learning during the summer, their reading skills deteriorate. So the library is very active in providing engaging activities for the kids over the course of the summer, and we do run a number of summer learning camps, which also includes free meals for the kids that might be from underserved communities where they are receiving free meals during the school year. Then we provide the bridge during the summer.
And that's currently being provided in Atherton for underprivileged kids?
It's provided in Atherton, our library in Atherton serves Fair Oaks.
Okay.
But we also offer that in Half Moon Bay, Pescadero, and in East Palo Alto.
No, Daly City's not part of the JPA. Yeah. And also, can you talk about the JPA's ratings in terms of the 4-star, 5-star ratings?
Well, thank you for asking. Yes. The San Mateo, because of the good staff that we have, and some of the staff are here, and I appreciate that. Tom Ball is also here. He was the manager of the Pacifica Libraries for a long time. Because of the excellent service, we are a 4-star rated library, which is according to Library Journal, which is a national journal that serves the library business. And because of our programming, because of our circulation, because of our access to technology, because of our market penetration with cardholders in our service area, we are one of the top libraries in the country. And I think we're second in California in our budget size category. But we were also nominated for a National Medal for Library Service this past year by the Institute for Museum and Library Services, which is the top library award given to public libraries in the country. We were one of the finalists in the country, so there were 15 libraries in that category. So we are a top national library.
And you might be the top national library, but we're not able to take advantage of it because a lot of it due to the facilities.
Correct. So a modern library can be seen if you were to visit Millbrae, maybe the Belmont Library, the Foster City Library, San Carlos. You probably are aware that we're building a new library in Half Moon Bay, or the city of Half Moon Bay and the county are jointly building a new library in Half Moon Bay. We'll be able to offer a modern library with meeting all the needs of technology and introducing new technologies to the community, offering things like homework center, maker spaces to engage the kids in learning activities like learning how to code or learning how to use 3D printers, but also providing all the room for collections and all the spaces that can be like acoustically zoned so that adults can enjoy the library without the distractions of a lot of noise from the kids' room, for instance. And we can't do that now in Pacifica.
And even for those that are more tech-oriented, you could actually borrow a book for like 7 days on a Kindle, and then I guess it just disappears or something, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
We offer that service. You can download e-books over the course, over our library webpage.
Okay, thank you.
Is that good?
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
So I'll open it up to the public, and we have Ellen Ron, Carolyn Barbara.
I hear you. Your microphone? Your microphone?
Sorry about that. Ellen Ron, Carolyn Barbara, Celeste Chernicki, and Eileen Campbell to start with.
Good evening. First of all, thank you everyone who's hung in there tonight.
Yes.
All you library supporters, I really appreciate the fact that you stayed with us tonight. Thank you. It's taken, good evening. My name is Ellen Ron. I'm a 39-year resident of Rockaway Beach Avenue and president of the Library Foundation. It's taken over 13 years and the work and support of many, many people to get us to this pivotal point. Thank you, City Council members, past and present, for keeping the new library project on the front burner when it came time to prioritizing goals for the city, and for all the votes along the way that have kept us moving forward. Thank you. Thank you to our city manager, planning director, and all the hardworking city staff for the hours and hours of time given to this project and for your commitment to building Pacifica a 21st century library. For years, our library staff and administration have been delivering fabulous service to Pacificans in 2 cramped, substandard, aging, inadequate buildings. I know I don't love the buildings, but I sure appreciate the folks who work in them, and I think that's true of a lot of people here in town. Thank you for everything you do for this community. And finally, the Pacifica Library Foundation would not have been able to advocate for the new library project without the support of so many of our fellow townspeople. You see some of them here tonight. I brought some supporter cards. These are some of our supporter cards. They're all filled in. We also have supporters. Our database and friends on Facebook add up to even more. Thank you for your faith in this project and for your faith in our efforts. Our goal of one great library for our community is now within reach. With all your continued support, we will succeed. Thank you.
Thank you. Carolyn Barber?
I'll be brief, but I pretty much have similar things to say. I want to thank you, council, and you, city staff, for all your help and guidance as we've come along this way. I'm really excited to be standing here right now, getting at this pivotal moment. I've been a volunteer at the Pacifica Library for 15 years, and of those 15 years, 13 have been spent. I've been engaged in the process of bringing a new library to Pacifica. I've been through 3 city managers and 3 library managers in the process. It's been slow and painstaking, but it's really exciting to get here to this pivotal point. The need for the new library was really well documented by the needs assessment done under when Steve Rhodes was the city manager. Our 2 cramped, inadequate buildings are supported by one funding stream that only allows for 47 hours of service to patrons instead of the 60 that would be provided by one library. I've seen what a new library can do to a community and how it improves and revitalizes the community. And I want to see that happen here for Pacifica. Our patrons deserve the 4-star service that Tom was talking about and that other libraries enjoy, so that we can have our full 60 hours and we can have all the amenities that we deserve. And I want to thank you all, and I hope you support going forward with this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Celeste Chernicki?
Good job on the last name. Very good.
Yay.
My name is Celeste Chernicki, and I've lived in Park Pacifica for 40 years. I'm here to speak on behalf of putting the bond issue on the ballot so that people can decide and we can move forward with a new, bigger, and better library. I guess you could say that Sanchez Library is in my neighborhood because I live in Park Pacifica. But I still have to get into a car and drive for 5 minutes to get there. I usually go to the library during the work week in the afternoon, and I find myself stopping and saying, is it Monday, Wednesday, or Friday, the day that the library is open? And I know when I get to the Sanchez Library, the chance is 50-50 that the books that I may be interested in aren't there because of the limited collection for a library of that size. We really need to consolidate our resources into a bigger and better library. We need a bigger, modern facility where our community can come together in workspaces, in technology areas, in library programs, and maybe even meetings for small groups. We need to expand the hours so our library is open 7 days a week, so our children and our adults can come and use the resources and get the help to use the resources every day of the week. We also need to take the money that the San Mateo County Library System provides us and funnel it into one facility instead of dividing it between 2. We're the only city in the system that divides our money and ends up, with 2 facilities that aren't as good as one. Now, does all this mean that I'm going to need to drive 10 to 15 minutes to the new library? Yes. But come on, this is Pacifica. I have to drive 10 to 15 minutes to get to most places, including Safeway. I am urging you to vote to put the bond issue on the ballot so that people can speak and we can move forward with this very important project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Eileen Campbell? No clapping, please. We want to go to sleep sometime. Eileen Campbell, Margaret Goodell, and Clark Natwick, Teresa Dyer, Sue Beckmeyer, and Ashley Larson, Trish Moran Shell, Fran Quartini. Sue Beckmeyer, are you there?
And so is
Yeah.
Margaret.
Did you call Margaret?
Yeah,
I did.
she-
Don't fight. I said, don't fight. Although that might wake us up. Hey, Margaret, you're good. Come on. And is Clark, if Clark Natwork is still here? Okay.
How ironic that the Pacifica Library Friends was formed back in 1978. In 1978, when the storefront library at Lindemar Shopping Center closed, I walked out on the very last day with tears in my eyes. The county gave us a bookmobile for half of the population of Pacifica. The county had planned to sell the land that the Sanchez Library now sits on and give that money to Atherton to improve their library. Several people wrote to the Tribune saying, wait a minute, half the population now has no library. So lots of people got together and eventually got permission from the school district to combine 2 classrooms in the school that used to be where Marvella now sits into a library. During the time that that library was kept open by partially volunteers, we were supported by people like Dorothy Edminster and Janice Fulford to make sure that the south end of town had service for all of the families there. Now we're faced with children who will have to travel along a freeway to get to a new library, and half the population again will have to get in a car in order to take advantage of what's going to be bigger, better, and more modern. Pacifica deserves a great library. All of our citizens deserve the services of a great library. But all of our citizens deserve a library, not excluding those who will have to get in a car. And it may be only 15 minutes, but those children aren't going to do it. They're not going to do it during the summer when their parents are off working. I'm sorry, I oppose one library. As much as we deserve a marvelous library in this town, making it one is a sadness. Thank you.
Thank you. So Sue Beckmeyer, are you there? These 2 are gone, right?
Sue Beckmeyer.
Can't read that.
Longtime member of the Library Foundation. Thank you, council members and city staff, for your strong support of this project to date. Tonight, we've arrived at a critical juncture. After years of advocacy, planning, and focused work on the part of many volunteers and city staff members, you have before you tonight the decision whether to place a measure on the November ballot to issue general obligation bonds to build a new library. I urge you to vote yes, to affirm the work that began 17 years ago, and give the citizens of Pacifica a chance to let you know that they want a new library for Pacifica by approving the bond measure in November. The folks in this room and many who could not attend or who could not stay are prepared to launch a focused, dedicated campaign to reach the required 2/3 majority. Please vote yes to place the library bond on the November ballot. A new library is good for kids and our teens. It will level the playing field and allow our kids in Pacifica to receive the same services that kids in other cities in the JPA currently receive. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ashley Larson.
Thank you.
Trish Moran Show.
Hi, I'm Ashley Larson, and I'm so excited and grateful to be here and that we're one step closer to having a new library for Pacifica. I'm a 9-year resident of Pacifica, and I'm also a librarian, and I work at both of the Pacifica branches. I also work at the Foster City Library, the Millbrae Library, and the Burlingame Library over the hill. And my job at all of those libraries is very similar. I help people find books and movies, and I do story times for children. I help people download ebooks on their Kindles all the time, and or write a resume on Word. All those things are the same, but the experience of working at one of those modern libraries over the hill is very different. And I think the thing that speaks to me the most is when a kid comes to me at the Millbrae Library or Foster City and says, "Do you have the Lightning Thief?" I get to walk to the shelf and pull it off the shelf and put it in their hand, and they're so excited. That doesn't tend to happen here in Pacifica. Often they come looking for the same book. Do you have the Lightning Thief? And I have to say, well, our copy's out. I can order you one from over the hill, and you can just see them deflate. And it's so depressing because for that one moment, that kid was excited about something other than Minecraft and YouTube, and we lost them, and we let them down. And that's really hard for me and for our community. And I feel like we also let our community down by not being open every day, and particularly people who don't have access to the internet, which is something I see a lot in town. I've helped people apply for jobs, which no matter what job you're applying for, even if you're never going to touch a computer, you have to apply for the job and find the job listing on the internet on a computer. So I've helped people with that. I've helped people, I helped a homeless man apply for subsidized housing, and he had to use the internet to do it. So it's a really essential service, and the digital divide here is very, very real, and the library is our greatest bridge. Also, we do not have space for programs here, and there's huge demand. Every Friday morning, if you go to the Sanchez Library, you'll see 100, sometimes more, toddlers and parents packed into a space about this size. In the libraries over the hill, there's a huge room just for programs, and it doesn't interfere with the other patrons. So that's a really critical need that we face. And also on a safety level, if you can imagine trying to navigate a wheelchair up that hill to the Sharp Park Library, it scares me. So I urge you, please, to consider adding this library bond measure to the November ballot. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Trish? And then Fran Quartini and Anna Booth and Chris Hunter.
Good evening, Mayor DeGree, City Council, and City staff. My name is Trish Moran-Scholl. My husband and I have had the honor and pleasure of being Pacifica homeowners and residents for over 13 years. I volunteer for the Pacifica Library Foundation, and I look forward to my service on the upcoming Library Advisory Committee. I've been before council quite a few times to voice my support for one new library for Pacifica. So tonight, I'm here to lend a voice to all our supporters who could not be here tonight, and to all of our supporters who have patiently stayed this late but won't be coming up to the podium, mercifully. In fact, may I ask all the supporters for the new library that are here in this room tonight to please stand up? I don't know if our friends at PCT could pan and take a look, but our council members can certainly see the level of support that's here tonight. Thank you to all of you. These wonderful folks are a great representation of over 2,000 supporters we have on our Pacifica Library Foundation email list, and our 657 and counting Facebook followers, many who are following tonight, the progress of tonight's meeting. For our fellow Pacificans, I'll address you. If you're out there tuning in tonight or watching this later, please consider joining us. Links are available at our website, www.pacificalibraryfoundation.com. I urge our council to take our city staff's recommendation tonight to put the new library bond measure on the November ballot. Once you do, After 13 years of effort, our work will really begin. We now have 120 days before the polls open, and in 10 minutes we have 119 days. We look forward to a very positive, informative, and respectful campaign. Pacifica, our great community does deserve a great library. I thank everyone kindly for your time.
Thank you. Fran Quartini?
Hi, I'm Fran Cortini. I've lived in Park Pacifica for 35 plus years. I'm a teacher at Ocean Shore School in Pacifica, 20 years. So I'm here mostly talking as an educator, how I use the library. First of all, not just myself, many teachers in the district issue research reports, and students must find out information on their own outside of school. So besides our small school library, they use the Pacifica libraries, in particular the one here on Hilton, which is closer to our school. Most of our students come from central northern part of Pacifica. So the librarians there help our students find appropriate books at their level. And we also, in the Pacifica School District, have developmental reading assessments that we teachers have been trained on, which is pretty universal in education today. So once we level a child at a particular number or letter, they're known by both, I refer them to the public library because, again, our librarians are trained to also find leveled books, and they can help families with their children's needs in reading, and we know that they need to read a lot in order to develop literacy. The last thing, our school does an Oceans Week, an intensified week-long study of the ocean. We're known for that at Ocean Shore, and many of the teachers go through the library system here. Paula, who was here earlier, in particular has helped us. There you are. She helps supply us with the appropriate books for the different themes that the different classrooms are studying, and she's been kind enough to even deliver the books, but many times we pick them up. So we've used it in many, many different kinds of ways. This long summer, I have told my students, be sure to get books out at your level, you know, read, tell parents that they need to work with their kids, and they always say, well, how do I find these books? And it's at no cost. Go to the local library, they can help you. So it's for a whole lot of reasons that we need a more up-to-date, modern library to help the needs of the kids in the district. And I really thank you for giving us this forum to allow us to talk about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna Booth and Chris Hunter and Lisa Weiss, Michael Ransom, Olga Munoz, Linda Jonas.
I have several reasons to oppose the method you choose to get this new library that we may need. Number one, the report of the polling you heard is not valid. By their own admission, they talked to 474 people, 1 in every 1,000 of us. That is not telling us anything about anything. I would never rely upon a report that included 1 in 1,000. I have a graduate degree with classes in statistics. No scientific organization would accept a report of 1 in 1,000. It is not valid. Also, most of it has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Yes, we all love our library as it is now. We love our city. We don't say that we don't care about these things. We do, and it's because we care that we're here tonight. So that is not a valid report that you just paid for. But I want to make sure you heard me when I say that we are in peril, imminent peril, of having this challenged in Superior Court and held up until after the election, as was done on the widening of the highway. I won't do this, but there is a gentleman in town who is a lawyer and who is going to do it if you do not abandon this proposal tonight, because you are violating the Constitution of the United States. You are favoring residents in the north part of town at the cost of residents in the south part of town. You have 2 senior residences and 2 schools with people who do not have cars. Many of them could not even get in a car to go to the library, but they can cross the street to go to the Sanchez Library or walk down the street. Okay, denial of equal protection, due process. This whole thing is not properly announced or prepared for. Most of the people that I know on our side either didn't know about it or had to go home to bed because they are in pain after 8 o'clock. I asked for an earlier schedule of this, we couldn't do it. But obviously we don't have the answers to the things we have to do. Why are we risking more money after paying good money after bad for something we are not ready to do? The end does not justify the means. Find another way of giving us a new library. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Hunter, and then there's a couple more, and after Linda Jonas, we have Kyle Weideman. Go ahead, Chris.
Good evening, Honorable City Council. And I just want to first say I so appreciate Tina's historical background and overview. So many people seem to not understand how the Pacifica libraries work. I live for 26 years. I've been in Pacifica. I raised 2 daughters who went to the Sanchez Library and the Pacifica Library. My youngest daughter is now a junior at Tulane, and she said it'd be nice to have a better library in Pacifica. Benjamin Franklin is often credited for inventing the public free library, and sometimes I have dreams of Benjamin Franklin and the ghost of Paul Azevedo having the same conversation about the 2 libraries. I so appreciate Margaret Goodale's history of the little window shop library. It's now 2016. The JPA, and thank you, Michael, for your overview of the JPA. The City of Pacifica owns the libraries. The county JPA hires the librarians. They're not county employees. They're librarians from the county, and the ones I've known for the last 26 years have been fantastic, and is partly why everyone loves the little libraries in Pacifica, because the librarians are so fantastic. There's a partnership with the county that is deep. I'm the chief of staff for Supervisor Don Horsley. He is greatly involved in this project. He is supporting Pacifica as he supported Half Moon Bay, as they recently supported Brisbane, as the county is supporting all of the JPA libraries. In fact, Adrian Tissier got some support for the Daly City Library too from the county, which is a Daly City library, not a county library. This library connection, this partnership is deep, and it will help Pacifica move forward on something that goes much longer than 13 years. It's just the JPA has been around 13 years. Before that, the county libraries were working on figuring out a way to give the buildings to Pacifica, which is what the JPA is all about. The Pacifica then controls the library. The idea of consolidating the 2 libraries into 1 library has been around for a long time. It is not new, and it is not about not serving one community over another community. I just want to encourage you to put the bond on in November. Let the public decide if they want to do a modern library. I encourage everyone to visit the other modern libraries in San Mateo County that are part of the JPA, or the wonderful Burlingame Library, or the wonderful San Mateo libraries that are city libraries controlled and built and paid for by bond measures within those cities for the most part. Pacifica sometimes has a reputation for missing an opportunity. Don't miss this opportunity. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Lisa Weiss, Michael Ransom.
What about Kyle?
Kyle.
think it's Kyle Weideman's turn.
Kyle Weideman.
Oh, yeah, Kyle Weideman. Well, that was supposed to be coming after Linda Jonas.
Oh.
Hello again, my name is Mike Ransom, and here is part of the Library Foundation. There's two good reasons, and they've been explained here, but I'm just echoing that. And that's the first one to support this is the to maximize those JPA resources that are available to our community that we're not even able to do right now. And the second reason is this current status of the two facilities that you have and the funds that it takes just to maintain them in the current condition that they're at, which is poor, and then the added funds that would be required to bring them up to an acceptable level, and those funds are better spent in a single library facility. And as the engineer, I have to point out that a number that went through here is that the survey of 476 people is actually surveying 1 in 80 people, not 1 in 1,000 of our population. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's Olga Munoz, Linda Jonas, Kyle Weideman, Tigers Big Stick, Stan Zevin, Barbara, I'm not sure how you say your last name, Barbara Brooksbaugh? Anyway, so is Olga Munoz here?
Kyle's
Linda
been
Jonas?
standing up. Kyle's been standing there for a while.
Yeah, but I said he was after Linda.
Linda Jonas, 40-year resident, raised 2 kids here, and I'm on the Library Foundation Executive Board as well. And one of the things that I have been advocating for many, many years in this community is a safe place for teenagers. When we did the Architecture Review Committee for the Community Center, that was one of my strong things. And basically, I feel like I lost out on that. There really isn't an everyday or once-a-week drop-in place for teens there. I really want to see a nice new modern library centrally located in our community for teens to go after school, very much like the beautiful Millbrae Library that our Tom Ball now directs. It's a beautiful place for kids to go. And I started fighting for such a thing when my daughter was about 8, now my granddaughter's 8, so I'd really love to see that come to fruition. The other thing is, being a 40-year resident, I don't call myself old. I have young blood going through these veins. So therefore, even though I can walk the 2 blocks to Sanchez Library, I'm willing to give up personal convenience for myself to the greater good of this whole community to have a nice centrally located, beautiful new modern library. And I thank all of you, the council, the staff, for all that you've done to help us get to that point. Please vote yes to put it on the ballot. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Kyle?
Hello, my name is Kyle Weideman. I grew up here in Pacifica. I remember going with Teacher Fran to the library, but I'm here to speak on behalf of my mother, Joan Weideman, who's currently out of the country. So, dear City Council members, I believe that November 2016 is the right time to go out for the library bond. First and foremost, there's a dedicated team of people ready to take on the local ballot measure. Your survey results indicate that there is enough community support. 76 of likely voters strongly agree that the library plays a critical role in education, or agree that they deserve a modern library, and 81% of voters agree that Pacifica's library plays a critical role in education. While there's less than 2/3 vote required, your report does not indicate how much lower than 2/3 is available. What I do know is when people are determined, committed, and work together, passing a bond measure is possible. You have all of that and more. An election coming up in November 2016 is the appropriate time to get the voter turnout. Dale and I are registered to vote from overseas, and my children always vote. We really hope that you will be voting for the measure in November. On a personal note, I remember going with Teacher Fran to the library, and even as a second grader, I could realize that the library was not up to standard. If the libraries have not changed now as an adult, that we really do need a nice modern library. I've been to my college's library, I've been to libraries in Colorado, I've been to libraries around the peninsula, and they're simply far superior to the ones we have. I would strongly support a new library. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting your mom too. Tigris and Stan and Barbara and then Kathy Shokari.
Shikari, yeah.
Hey, Tigris, go ahead.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. I am Tiger Jazz Twirls Big Stick of Pacifica. I am a 33-year resident. I have been here my entire life. I have lived within walking distance of both libraries for the entirety of my life, and while it has been very, very nice to have the convenience of being within easy walking distance of a library, simultaneously I'm ready to give up the convenience of walking to Sanchez in light of a library that might serve greater use to me. I was in Grants Pass, Oregon about a year and a half ago on my way to visit a friend of mine, lost. I did not have a smartphone at the time. I did not have a GPS unit. I had a handful of maps that I printed out off of Google. And I wasn't quite sure where I was, and as I was just driving through town, there was their library. And I thought, aha, a library. They must have an internet connection that I can use. I will quickly find my way easily. So I pulled over, I walked into their library, and I was astounded. It was big. By the standards of some libraries, it wasn't like this huge thing, but it was at least twice the size of, you know, our two put together. I asked to use their internet facilities, and they took my ID and allowed me to use their computers. In their computer room, it was a nice large room, maybe about the size of this room, filled with computers, with many people using them. It was a center of their town that was used for everybody to find their information. I'm excited by the prospect that maybe a new library for us could have like a meeting room, so that the various organizations that lately I have chosen to become active with will have a space to meet. In Sanchez, Tuesday, Thursday, Sunday, they're closed. In Sharp Park, Monday, Friday, Sunday, they're closed. What's the convenience of walking distance if when I go there, they are closed? A library is the chief accessible information resource that we're already paying for collectively. We owe it to ourselves to provide a modern facility to our citizenry, and I'm hoping that y'all decide to put this to a vote. We deserve everything a library can be, and while I love our two little libraries and have grown up with them, I'm ready for something much greater for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara, oh, Stan first, sorry. Stan, Barbara, and Kathy, and then Martin. Sonaria?
Hi, my name is Stan Zeven. I'm from Lindemar. And I have to say, in the years that I've been talking about issues, I have never run into an opposition that is so well prepared and has such good arguments. However, I have to say that there are a couple of problems that I think are serious enough to stop a bond measure from passing. The first one is the location of the new library in a probable future flood zone. I've looked at several new maps, and basically they're saying that with a sea level rise of 4.5 feet, the new library site will be in a flood zone. I won't say underwater. There are other maps that have also showed the same kind of issue, and the main problem is the time frame. San Mateo County at this time is using 6 feet to the end of the century as ocean level rise. I have seen recent studies that say it could be as much as 10 feet in 50 years. In terms of what Tina was talking about, the study, I have to see the numbers and how they were used. As an example, Tetra Tech was hired by San Mateo County to do the hazard mitigation plan, and they ended up saying that for Pacifica, 6 feet of ocean rise would show no additional flooding. And when you look closer at the numbers, A, they didn't use a correct map, and B, they didn't talk about ocean surge, storm surge or wave action. So I do want to look at the numbers to make sure that they, and to know what they said. Therefore, I'm not sure that voters, if this is all true, would pay $33.5 million for a project for a building that's being built in a future flood zone. I do want to talk about the neighborhood libraries. I wish there was some way we could keep the library going so the kids wouldn't have to cross a busy intersection and go an extra 4 or 5 miles. In terms of, I just did some quick figuring. I'm not sure if I got it all right, but when Mike was talking about the $70,000 a year, I figured it to 50 years, which I guess is what they figure the new building will last, and that comes out to $3.5 million. And this is over 50 years, and I can't figure if we're going to spend $33.5 million for a new library, why we can't figure out over 50 years how to come up with the $3.5 million. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara, Kathy, Martin, and Gloria.
Hi, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Barbara Brexfort. I've lived in Pacifica for 23 years. Every day our libraries, with a staff and operating budget split between 2 adequate buildings, help people apply for jobs, support our Pacifica classroom teachers, hi Fran, create and operate as community centers for our city, and more. And I'd like to add that the new site would be adjacent to where most of our 6th through 8th graders go every school day. That's Ingrid B. Lacey Middle School. Be right in that neighborhood. Imagine what the library could be with a facility large enough to really meet the community needs and operate as a community center. I would like us to demonstrate that we are a city that believes it has a future and wants to invest in it. Please support the initiative.
Thank you. Kathy?
Good evening. I am Kathy Shiokari, and I'm a trustee for the Pacifica School District. I'm here tonight to advocate for putting the library bond on the November ballot. Education funding in California is inadequate. It has been inadequate for over 20 years. With the advent of a new education funding model and with local support, our Pacifica schools have been able to restore some of our programs. However, our school libraries continue to bear the brunt of that financial impact because the state does not provide funding for library materials. Let that sink in. Last year, we were presented a report on the current state of our school library collections, and it was an embarrassment to read. Our school library staff are miracle workers in that they've been able to provide incredible student support under these conditions, but why should we have to rely on miracle workers? The school libraries depend upon our public library professionals. I have a unique perspective in that I worked in our 2 branches for over 5 years, and again, they are woefully inadequate. Because Pacifica runs 2 sites, the staff is stretched thin. If a librarian leaves the building to provide outreach that results in no librarian on site, the staff remaining must do their best to fill in for patron needs. Without the library science degree, without the level of salary or expertise, they do the best to serve our community. Our buildings do not provide adequate workspace. The library staff is literally on top of each other, processing materials and providing support services. At the Hilton branch, there is no staff bathroom, meaning they must share the use of the 2 public restrooms. At times, that branch can be quite busy. At the very least, our staff should be able to use a bathroom when necessary. Again, miracle workers. The best thing that has happened for the Hilton Library is the California drought. During a normal rainy winter, the electrical becomes spotty, the plumbing can back up, and the building emits a moldy stench. Thank goodness for our city workers who Band-Aid and patch to keep things operating, another set of miracle workers. Pacifica does a great job of making do, but we deserve better. Our community has become accustomed to less than. If you travel up and down the peninsula, you can visit beautiful, well-maintained, well-provided libraries. Libraries with quiet space for teens to do homework, for warm and welcoming children's areas, for senior activities and community programs. We don't need to make do, we can have this. We don't need to rely on miracle workers. Let's put this to the voters for our children, for our staff, and for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Martin and Gloria. I can't wait till the end for this. But he'll be the last. Yeah, Gloria, you're, and Mathen. Is Martin Sanaria here? Sanaria? Sanaria? Over there. No, I can't do that.
I'll be real quick. It's after 12. Gloria Stofan, longtime Pacifica resident. I say let the voters decide. I support the building of a new modern library, and it's been so beautifully articulated. People have been so articulate this evening. I just can't surpass what they're saying. But I do feel I need to add that I think of the library as the treasure chest of Pacifica. The gems inside are the books, the library activities, the community rooms, the access to computers and electronics, and so on. Council, please do give this strong consideration and place this bond on the November ballot. Please let the voters decide. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Eric Ruhames, Julie Smith, and Dan Stegnick, Martin Sanaria, if he's still here, Olga Munoz, and I think I had that one already. And if there's anybody else that I missed?
These are all people you called already.
Yeah.
Absent.
I'll be brief.
Thank you.
If this was easy, it already would have been done. This is a difficult project. It's taken years. Big civic projects take a long time, and change is difficult. It's always hard to move away from what you're familiar with, even if what you're familiar with is inadequate. We have an opportunity to move forward, to ask the community to support this. The poll numbers are, of course, not as high as we'd like, but they're higher than they were the last time we polled. And if you just reach over the boundary to Millbrae, they have a library in Millbrae that we all love and are jealous of, that they put on the ballot with poll numbers similar to ours, and they said, the heck with it, we're still going to try, and they won. We're facing an election in November unlike anything any of us have seen. And with all due respect to our pollster, I don't think anybody can predict what November is going to be like, what the turnout's going to be like, and what the issues are obviously, we all know, pretty spectacular. I think the community deserves a chance to speak, to try and provide the services that so many people have spoken to. We can't let the search for perfect be the enemy for good. Change is hard. Having one library is different than having two. I don't have to remind Karen and Mike, who sat on the school board. We once had 2 middle schools, and we had a lot of resistance when we decided to go to 1 middle school. But now when we built a modern middle school, there's a waiting list to get in. I think as Lori said before, if we build it, they will come. If you ask and look at any community that's built a new library, nobody says it's a bad idea. Everybody uses it, and it's a centerpiece to their community. We deserve as much in our town, and we certainly deserve the opportunity to try and convince the community. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Julie Smith?
Hi, I'm Julie Smith. Lived in Pacifica for 19 years. You asked earlier about why or whether Pacificans would come if the new library was built and why they don't come now. Well, I'm also in the graduate program at San Jose State for getting my master's in library and information science. And as my studies, in my studies, I read this article about the Cerritos Library in Orange County. They built a new library in 2002. Comparing their numbers from 2001, their first 6 weeks of operation in 2002 when they opened, the attendance went from 58,000 to 185,000. Card issues grew from 792 to 5,000, and circulation increased from 84,000 to 136,000. Wow. So if you build it, they'll come. In addition, I'm a mom of 3 raised kids in Pacifica. I'm also the library media clerk at Ingrid B. Lacey Middle School. So I would like to advocate for the teens in our community. Pacifica is woefully behind in providing a dedicated teens library space. In my studies, I've also visited the San Francisco Public Library, the Redwood City Public Library. These places have fabulous teen spaces where the kids can go and hang out. They have technology available for them, programs, services specifically for teens, and the dedicated space in the library. So please put the measure on in November.
Thank you. Dan Stednick, anybody else?
Good evening, council members. I'm Dan Stedging. Thanks for hearing me again tonight. Thanks to all the public that came out. You know, there's a lot of really good people here that I respect a lot. And Sue Beckmeyer, Ashley Larson, Eric Rashames, you know, I've worked with all you guys before, and I appreciate what you do. And I know you guys really put a lot of heart and soul into this. But unfortunately, FM3 surveys show that this isn't going to pass. All their data shows this isn't going to pass. 66% say it hurts seniors. 71% say coastal erosion is the most serious problem facing Pacifica. More people think the city of Pacifica's finances are not generally well managed than the opposite. And this is a quote from FM3. While housing, coastal erosion, and the drought are the voters' top concerns, the condition of the library is not seen as nearly as pressing. The San Mateo County Vulnerability Assessment Map, the San Mateo County's coastal storm modeling system, the state of California GIS tsunami and inundation maps all show the library parcel as flooded. Moffett-Nickel Coastal Hazards Review, Coastal Commission say they've never performed a tsunami survey before, and they're not on the list of recognized experts. I'm going to take a quote from the Cron 4 on March 3rd, 2016. It was 14 feet by 10 feet and 8 feet deep, according to Van Ocampo from the Public Works Department. The long-term solution could involve replacing the entire seawall. Crews don't have a time frame for that project, and they don't know where they're going to find the money. The price tag is estimated to be somewhere around $20 million. December, we voted, November, end of November, we voted to form a library committee, 14 people. We're 120 days out, and they've never even met. We're getting the same level of support from the JPA that a town of 10,000 does. If Lindemar seceded tomorrow, they'd say, fine, we'll fund you, because that's 10,000 people. 17 ballot initiatives are going to be on the ballot in November. 1 in 3 will pass. Unfortunately, this won't be one of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anybody else? No, we've had quite a few here. Is somebody standing to come up? You will turn in a yellow card, right?
Thanks. Thank you for hearing me. I didn't plan to talk tonight.
I'm Dave Peebles, live in Valley Mar. We've been in Pacifica almost 50 years. Retired teacher from the Jefferson High School District, and Friends of the Library member on the board for 10 years. The point I would like to make is a simple one. The librarian from Ingrid B. Lacey talked about the impact of a library on a school. I was the librarian at Jefferson High School for 8 years. I walked into a mess. It was a beat-up, old, dirty facility. The school district built a library, and my God, they do come. Those facts, I saw it. I turned a dead library into a live library. Lots of people coming in, teachers endorsing it, kids endorsing it. We had a full day. Worked hard, I loved it, and it does make a difference in your community, and that was the school community. This library will be a place that will be a center of what used to be the center of Pacifica, Palmetto Avenue. It will enhance that area, and it will make it a great place to visit, close to Oceana High School, close to Ingrid B. Lacey, and it will be the center of town. Please put it on the ballot. Let us not have this dream deferred. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that Sue Barros?
Yeah.
Anybody else?
It's really late. I'll be really short. Great communities deserve great libraries. Pacifica is a great community. Listen to the staff. Listen to the people who came here, the majority of the people who came tonight. Please vote for this, and let's move forward after all of this time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, I think it's tomorrow.
No.
I was right, 1 o'clock. As long as we don't
So,
talk to
all right, bring it back, so I'll close public comments and bring it back to council. John?
Okay. My position on the library changed from during my campaign, and I came to support a new library. Last year, the first part of the winter, I figured that the library bond election, if it was held this year, would be very close. In late January or February in there, some constituents started calling me or emailing me and saying, basically, I'm for the library, but not in that location. And that's because of the winter storms, which will get worse with sea level rise. So these are yes voters who have changed their mind this winter. It's unfortunate that maybe we had the winter that we did for this library vote. But anyway, when they saw the damage along the coast, they've changed their mind. And with the losses of the yes voters, I urged finding an alternative location for the library, somewhere safely away from the ocean. The library survey, if it doesn't exactly exhibit the loss of yes voters, but it demonstrates a shortfall of yes voters, that's for sure. So what are the consequences of the library bond not passing? Well, the supporters may be disheartened. There may be hardening of positions. No voters are more likely to vote no in the future. So this is another way of saying the best shot at passing a bond is the first shot. And if you don't make it, you're in trouble. And the city manager asked me about influencing voters who favor, that I've been talking about, the voters who favor a library but not in that location. And my take was that most couldn't be persuaded. They have made up their own minds about sea level rise and about how much flooding there's going to be and so on. So if the location is changed, the bond measure will probably get back the supporters that it lost this last winter. And this is what I see. The measure needs another, 5 to 8% at least. And so why throw away, well, throw away isn't the right word, but why ignore those voters that are not easy to get, but are gettable if you change the location of the library. This just makes good sense when you're trying to maximize votes for a supermajority vote. So I urge supporters to find a new location somewhere in or near Sharp Park, and I'm going to vote no.
Councilwoman Urban?
First of all, I really want to thank all of you who have been here for so many hours and have come out tonight. You were incredibly inspirational, articulate, so well-spoken, and I believe that with approximately 62% of Pacifica residents supporting a library, we can do this. We have all of you guys here, and you are so influential. You are the experts. You attend the libraries. You go to the libraries. I think all of these things can be explained. I have listened intensely. I have been very concerned about many of these issues, and when experts say that sea level rise won't be an issue until the turn of the century, it outdoes the life of the library. So many reasons why we deserve to have this library. I grew up here. I am a 50-year resident of Pacifica, and I remember growing up and living in Park Pacifica and my dad taking me to San Francisco to go to the library because he loved libraries and he wanted me to see what a beautiful library looked like. And we at times also went to the Sharp Park Library, but it was such a treat for our family. It was so much fun to have story time and all those things, and then going away to college and seeing a beautiful library at UC Santa Barbara right on the beach, and it was just a gorgeous place, and I spent my life there for 4 years. Going there, I felt safe and comfortable, and I met with friends, and it was just such a community event. It was just so important, and it's so important for our community. It says so much about our community that we value this, that we want to see it, we want to make it work. And I believe that we can make it work, and I am so impressed by all of you and so grateful for all the county work and the Library Advisory Committee and the JPA and the Library Foundation, and you guys have spent decades getting this to this point, and you are advocating for it, and you believe in it, and the staff has done so much. It's now is the time, and I think if we can pass this, and I am there for you in whatever way, but if we can pass this, people will come. They will love this place. It will make us proud to be in Pacifica, and the community members need this. The school kids need it. The teens need it. Our elderly parents need it. We all need it. This would be so good for our community. It's something to be so proud of. So I am very supportive, and I'm again grateful to all of you, and I'm there. So.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
First off, one of the speakers mentioned that, there was the doomsday scenario of the seawall. I just like to mention that that's not a seawall that we had our issues at Beach Boulevard. That is a retaining wall. Where the library is, it is a seawall, and there has been zero damage. Am I correct? Okay. Now, if Van's still here, does he agree? Yeah, he's waving yes. Okay, so there has been no damage where the library is, and I actually find it kind of sad that someone would rather have their points and have an entire neighborhood flood, to make their points for an election. But having been an elected official for 14 years, school board, and then 4 years here, one of the things is government is for human services. Government is human services, whether it's educating a child, whether it is providing a senior meal, whether it's, a cop, doing a 911 call to somebody's house, or a fireman. And that's what a library is human services, okay? We do not have the opportunity that kids during school, summer camp, the kids that go through the summer camp with the JPA are better prepared for school the next school year than the kids that don't appear there. They get a free lunch that maybe mom or dad couldn't afford them. They even have a program that one of the best things you can do for a child is to talk to them. And they have a program that actually measured how many words were spoken between the mother and the child, and mothers started talking to their kids more once they saw how little they were speaking to their kids. It also provides human services by internet access for jobs. The Resource Center, everybody likes the Resource Center. There's not one person that's ever said anything against the Resource Center, but they've been impacted because the computers are shut down on Hilton Way 2 or 3 days a week, and they are trying to use the Resource Center's computers. So that's a human service. You have a human service of fostering life growth by toddlers coming there and hearing story time, music time, and learning to read Dick and Jane. An elementary school, you have the kids coming there for after-school homework centers to help them further themselves in today's world. The middle schoolers come because it's a safe place for them to come after school. Teens, one of the libraries on the peninsula developed a teen center. They built it for 80 kids. They have over 250 kids coming. One of the things in that poll was the Pacificans would like to see more services for teens, and given the issues our teens face here of drug and alcohol and their choices made by the time they're entering high school, maybe this is a program that they can use, okay, that will help them. I went down to Phoenix and I went to their library because it was pretty cool, literally, and I went to the teen room. It was designed in such a way and so busy that they were going to close the historical documents section and expand the teen section because there were so many teens there. Okay, it's a place where businessmen meet. They have places to meet there. I worked for a company every day. Once a week, we had to drive over to Milpitas for a business meeting in one of their thing, and we all went there. I ask you, you all live in houses, okay, whatever. The Hilton Way was built in 1962. Do you still have Harvest Gold or Avocado Green in your kitchen? Okay. Have you not remodeled since 1962? Okay. Safeway's remodeled, I think, twice. Sanchez Library's moved 3 times, okay? And this is a precedent that happened in Pacifica. We combined 2 middle schools, okay? Neither one of them doing good. We got a strong middle school program of band, art, etc., the real library in there, and we now have a middle school with a waiting list inside for Pacifica kids and kids in other towns wanting to go there. We have people lying their address to take and get into that middle school. okay? And that's what we can do. We've done it before. Pacifica voted $30 million to remodel our schools. We deserve a better library. We deserve a library, and Pacifica just frankly needs it as civic pride, okay? We have our pride of our schools. Now we can go to a pride of our library. So I guess you figured how I'm voting.
Okay, so I have a couple questions on page 226. You know, I recall, Matthew, that when I spoke to you before, the ordinance and the resolution, nothing, no wording in there precludes the community determining that they can save the Sanchez or an alternative. But when is that right?
That's correct.
But when I look at page 226, I have a question there, because it says, how legal is all this? It says support from San Mateo County Library. The bulletin is the transfer, this is notably including financial support from San Mateo County in a number of ways. And then the third bulletin says the past transfer of ownership to the city of the two sites where the libraries are currently located, with the understanding that once a new library is constructed, the two sites would be sold and the proceeds applied. So that seems to contradict what goes in the resolution and the, so which one trumps?
Well, I'll leave a more detailed response on that to staff and the city manager, but all that the resolution and the ordinance do that are before you now are to facilitate putting the bond on the ballot. It doesn't predestine where you build the library. It doesn't predestine a whole range of things. All it does is agree on a particular ballot question, agree to put it on the November ballot, and to move forward with that.
So to say it another way, this other sheet, 226, can't come up afterwards and say, oh, well, it doesn't say that in the resolution and in the ordinance, but you have to follow it anyway. That's what I'm getting at.
That's correct. All you'd be adopting tonight are the resolution and the ordinance, not the language in the staff report.
So where I'm going with this is because I think that the community, the Pacifica community, is so alert and so astute in everything that I can't imagine that the library folks, the advisory board, would not have common sense when in the deliberations and studying of what going forward, that if they needed to do something to the library to keep it from sea level rise, they would come up with something. That if the community, the broader community, convinced them and showed them some way, as it was done in Burlingame, that they could save the Sanchez to renovate, that they would not be closed-minded. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that I hope that I'm trying to determine my own vote. Looks like I'm the swing vote, which is terrifying. What is it? Where am I going? Am I going to put my faith in the community to be really continually to be broad-minded, as focused as they are on a new library? If circumstances come to pass and that they don't close their minds to anything, that if it can work out, they'll work it out. They're not stuck in stone. And the documents do not stick anybody in stone. They're given the liberty to go forward.
The staff report does not govern what will happen if the bond measure is put on the ballot or if it's approved.
And the resolution and the proclamation, what is it? Resolution and ordinance give a sanction that, yes, go for your dream. And I'm saying it also is not saying to others, you wanted the smaller library too, you work on it, prove to us that it can work, and we're okay.
As a legal matter, all it does is allow the voters to vote to approve the $33.5 million to build a new library.
Correct.
That's really all it does.
So I'm thinking that, okay, you're a community with a brain and a heart. And I wouldn't want to see this issue, the Corey issue, the crazy thing about, that I'm always yelling about, intelligent traffic solutions for Highway 1. I wouldn't want to see any issue Beach Boulevard erosion, take this community and rip it apart. I think that we're smart enough, gutsy enough, that we can be embracive. That doesn't mean you're going to be embracive and do it all by yourselves, but like I said, let's just take the Sanchez situation, that there's a segment of the community, may end up that it's a segment that has to do some pushing there. So I lived in Burlingame for 10 years. It was a very similar situation, and that was the attitude that carried through there. The library was closed because the JPA said, we're not giving you 2 libraries, because the budget said there's no money, okay? But they did it. Does that mean we can do it? I don't know. But does it mean you will open your mind? I would say this community would open their mind. Do I think that it's a safe bet that the bond is going to pass? No. I mean, I do and I don't, because I think some of the answers, for example, when the questions were asked, if you were asking about the library that you particularly like, your answer would be one way. If you were asking about the fact that you can't get to the other one or it's not as adequate, that would change. So it's hard because of that dynamic to really know what the survey is telling us, even though it does say, hey, you're not at the 2/3 point. So there's a lot of work. I remember that Treasure Island, they're working for sea level rise. They're figuring it out. They're going to go forward with the new era, the 21st, but they're remembering that sea level rise. They're not turning their face away and say it doesn't exist. They're working for it. You have Holland, which has always been dealing with the sea, and they are a very modern, progressive community. So is there any reason why I would say no now? So that's where I am. So is it a risk? I'll say it again. Can I be a doggone damn fool? Yes, but I'm believing in the community to not have friction. Please, let us not have friction over anything. We can sit down and dream 2 dreams, and if it can't happen, we'll learn together that it has. And I realize the history, and I realize that we've gone through a lot already and I thought we were past the two libraries. I thought we were past it. But I see that we're not, and I could be wrong on that. Maybe that large number of seniors is not as large as I think it is. And maybe the young people in the neighborhoods are not as concerned about the Sanchez as I think it might be. But on the other hand, what if they are? So I'm happy to go forward actually at this point, now that I've babbled along, because the resolution and the ordinance are okay. They give us permission to follow our dreams and not be antagonistic or thinking that the other side is crazy, which one of us may be. But so I will say yes. So I'll call for the vote. You want to have
a motion?
I'm looking for the motion in the staff report here.
Oh, here.
Recommended action, receive the report. Is that under recommended action? Okay, receive the report from Fairbank, Maslin, Mullen, Metz and Associates regarding voter opinions of the library and a potential bond measure to build a new Pacifica Public Library, and take the following actions. 1, place a bond measure on the November ballot by, do I need to read the whole thing? Okay. Adopting a resolution determining that the public interest and necessity demand the construction of a new Pacifica Public Library and the financing through the issuance of general obligation bonds, and B, introducing an ordinance ordering the submission of a proposition of incurring bonded debt to the qualified voters of the City of Pacifica at the general municipal election to be held on November 8th, 2016, for the purpose of constructing a new Pacifica Public Library, be read by title only, and that further reading be waived.
Oh,
I second.
I have a question that I forgot to ask, so where am I now that I forgot it?
Ask the question.
You can ask it.
Okay, it was on page 223. And I can ask it in another way, but if you have 223, you can look at it. So we just had a motion and a second. Is there, let's just say, for the sake of argument, if the public came to the point that they needed, that they couldn't deal with the sea level rising, then you can pull it off the ballot, right?
No.
Or you can vote no.
I'm not quite sure I understand the question. If you vote tonight to put it on the ballot, it will go forward on November 8th, sorry.
Yeah, so I was just looking at 223 because there was an alternative action where you could pull it off the ballot.
The only way that would work, given the timelines in the elections code and the timelines for putting a bond measure on the ballot, is that you would have to do two things tonight. You would have to vote to put it on the ballot and also give staff direction to bring it back on August 8th with a resolution for consideration to pull it.
Okay.
So that you...
Never mind, you can't do that fast.
It would be a very quick decision to withdraw.
No, you can't do it that fast. Yeah. Okay, well, that's fine. So we have a motion and a second?
Call for a vote.
Call for the vote. So that passes 3 to, I'm out of here.
Done, right?
We are done. I didn't think I was going to make it.
Adjourn the meeting?
Fall asleep, right?
Mayor Degree, would you like to adjourn the meeting?
Oh, sorry. Do I need a motion for that? I don't remember. Oh, so we're adjourning the July 11th meeting.